Welcome, everybody. I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the MSAD 51 Board of Directors meeting for Tuesday, June 20th, 2023. Derek, is everything happening as it should be? Jared, Ann, thumbs up. Excellent. All right, so we have everybody here. As you can see, it's a hybrid meeting, which is the first one of these we've done. And all 9 members are present. Ann and Jared are remote. So, moving on to recognition. We have our Employee of the Year here. There were 5 finalists for our Employee of the Year. Kristen Benoit, who is a 4-5 behavior specialist.
Yes.
Molly Costable in food services. Rebecca Martin, GMS math. And Michelle Cook, our art teacher and ed tech. And we are pleased to announce this year's MSAD 51 Employee of the Year recipient is Shaban Bogle. Shaban is a functional life skills teacher at grades 4-8. Her colleagues report that she is a gift to the district as she skillfully juggles different schedules, structures, and age differences. Shaban is the co-advisor of the Best Buddies program, helps organize unified basketball, and even attended a prom with some of her students. Shaban's nomination form stated that she is intelligent, creative, strong, kind, and a fierce advocate for her students. Congratulations, Shaban. Any chance you want to say anything?
Okay, yeah, I'm really bad at it. Just prompt me fully what to do.
Yeah, please step up to the mic. Yep.
On that thing goes up.
Yep.
It can't be worse than everyone up here. So.
Okay, honestly, public speaking is probably my biggest fear ever, and the spotlight on me is not my thing, but I think I need to make a personal education goal for myself on this. But I do want to thank everyone for this acknowledgement. It's much appreciated and an honor. Truthfully, I don't feel too deserving of it. It truly takes a village in my classroom community. I work alongside with many teachers, service providers, admin, amazing ed techs, and families, and most of all, my amazing students who create meaningful, individualized curriculum, and it does take a team. It's not a one-person thing. When I'm coming on board to Greeley Middle School, I had a vision to change things up and create a program that included a different vision. I am grateful to those who trusted me, specifically Mari, Jason, Carol, and Julie. And thank you for believing in me, and thanks for hiring me, Jeff and Scott. That was a good thing. When the pandemic hit, our classroom world got much smaller than the rest of the school. It is where I feel like, looking back at silver linings, that my classroom and my students dug deep and worked really hard on creating a fun and positive work environment within our FLS classroom. We got really good at technology. Dirk, that should make you proud. And we really set up structured routines that now, looking back, I think that's really helped make it more successful this year. This past school year, even with its like ups and downs, it felt like more like a traditional school year for us. More inclusion in the mainstream setting, more community involvement, which re-sparked my love and joy and the reason why I became a special ed teacher. We do from dances to school-wide jobs, community connections with literacy at the public library, to basketball games, Special Olympics, swimming, track. I even went skiing on a mountain with some kids this year. And my favorite, the Best Buddies program. It feels good to be back on the roots, so I became a functional life skills teacher. I promise to keep pushing forward on educating myself more, to increase my skill set, and most of all, showcasing my amazing students I work with. I will continue to engage in conversation and create meaningful programming for students and continue to think outside the box with our amazing team. I will empower our students to try new things, to challenge themselves, and to set up for successful opportunities. I hope to inspire my own children, I have 4 of them, to lead with kindness, and hopefully inspire you all here today to talk to your children tonight about the impact of simple, kind gestures, and ask someone to sit with them at lunch or simply say hi in the hallway. It really does make a difference, and we notice it. With that all said, thank you to my amazing students. They're the backroom to our classroom structure and the personal reason on why I teach. I look forward to seeing them every day and gonna miss them this summer. And thank you for the amazing kids and families. They know who they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaban, and congratulations again.
I was just going to say, Shaban was also recognized at our staff recognition event a couple weeks ago, and in front of the entire staff, and she exemplifies all of our staff. And that's what this program does every year, is to recognize a staff member who goes above and beyond and exemplifies and recognizes somebody who can speak for others. And Shaban is just a great example of what we're trying to do here. So thank you so much for everything you've done.
Okay, moving on to our next recognition, our outgoing board members. So Jared is afar. Jared, we have a gift for you as well, but we pass that down to Vanessa. Mike. To serve one's community as a volunteer is a gracious and honorable thing to do. To do it in recent times deserves extra credit. The state of our country and the recent challenges with COVID make the atmosphere difficult no matter where you land on various topics. Mike, Vanessa, and Jared, thank you for taking time from your families and investing in your communities. I've enjoyed working with you and have learned from you all. Others, please.
Thank you. I'll thank myself.
Well, I would say thank you to both of you. You've been great board members. And Mike, I remember you came in, I think you were right after COVID started.
Yeah.
And people were worried about being on the board because they weren't sure if they could be in meetings or what it looked like. And Mike was like, I'll jump in, I'll run. And I think it was 2020.
Mm-hmm.
It was right after everything started with COVID, and you just jumped in and ran, and we were like, we have somebody running. That's great, because nobody wanted to run that year. And thank you for doing that, and thank you for being part of the board. And Vanessa, thank you for running, what, twice?
Yep.
For the same seat in a 2-year period of time, and being a great member of our board as well. Thank you to both of you.
Can I say thank you really quick?
Yes.
So I just wanted, because it's impossible for me not to say something. So you're lucky. I'm going to be gone, so I won't always hog the mic. No, I just want to really send some appreciation out. So I want to send appreciation to Tara, Marilyn, and John. It's my wife and kids. This is something that takes up time. And so I want to thank the administration and the staff of MSAD 51. That's where the brilliance of this district comes from, is the hard work, and it's an incredibly hard job to work in public education, and the people who do it for a livelihood. It's really impressive. And to my fellow board members, I really have loved serving with all of you. I see a former fellow board member in the back there too. So I appreciate you all, and then just the rest of the community, the two communities. I just really appreciate the opportunity to serve. It's been a heck of an experience. It's been mostly good, some of it tough, but it's been really great, and I appreciate the opportunity. I hope this district will not only strive to keep that quote unquote #1 ranking, but be okay with failure and be okay with taking risks and just working to be better and not worry about everything being perfect all the time and just trying to keep being better. I think that's what has made us great and is going to make us even better. So thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Jared, Vanessa?
Jason, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, great. I'll just add, first of all, it's been a huge honor to serve in this capacity and to work with all of you. I've really enjoyed getting to know everybody on the board. I actually think it's a really, really solid team, and I think next year's board is going to be very solid as well. I'll just add, when you're sitting at home and you're kind of half following what's going on in school, trying to keep up with the emails, from time to time you might see something that frustrates you, and it's easy to say to yourself, you know, hey, what are those guys thinking, or what are they doing over there, the administration on the board? And I'll just say that others in the community, when you actually serve on the board and see up close just how hard Jeff and Scott work, and the board chair and all the various members of the board, it's really amazing how much time and effort and attention and care that everyone puts into this position. I'd say my appreciation for the building administrators, the teachers and the staff has grown tremendously, just seeing up close how much they care and how much that they do. And if there was one great takeaway from being involved in the board, it was to get to see all that in person and to increase my appreciation for how great of a team we have here at MSAD 51. So I may have lost everyone on my video connection, but you can still hear me. I just wanted to say a big thank you to Jeff and Scott and all my fellow board members, and thank you for everything.
Thank you, Jared. Yes, we heard all that. Thank you.
Jared, I didn't want to forget you as well. You're on the screen, but thank you for jumping in a year ago, basically, and after you were appointed by the council, and just and taking over two committees that are very challenging and can be challenging, have a lot of work before them, and put a lot of work into those committees this year. So thank you so much for that. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else for that before we move on? Okay. So I have a note here, just a quick congratulations to our newly elected board members. Annika, I see here, Megan, I see here, and Tim, I saw earlier, yes, right there, very good. And soon to be voted in our student rep as well, Sophia. So congratulations to you guys. You'll get a chance July 17th to say hi. And all right, moving on. So our first item for action, due to some folks' time constraints and the importance of this matter, the chair vote was moved up as well. I'll ask for policy and equity reports in a moment, since Jared needs to jump on a plane in a little bit. But moving to the exciting part of the evening, policy BDE simply says, in order to ensure board members have an opportunity to participate in leadership roles, the chairperson shall ask a board member to contact each board member prior to June 1st to solicit names of all individuals to be considered for chair and vice chair. The vote for chair and vice chair will be held at the last board meeting in June. So I had 2 people volunteer for the position, and I appointed Vanessa, who initiated the process May 18th. I agree with many that this is a terribly awkward process that ends up with lots of side conversations, but here we are. Vanessa, do you have a motion?
Yes, I, Vanessa Bryant, make a motion to nominate and elect. Actually, can I say something before this?
Sure.
Okay. There was 2 people that came forth for this position, Leanne and Jason. And there was 1 person that came forth for vice chair, and that was Kim. This is not a good process. I absolutely hate this process. We're the sitting board. I think the incoming board should decide, and it should be voting. We're voting on somebody. It shouldn't be behind the doors talking, and I've spent 30, 40 hours since I've done this. These are people that we work with. These are our community members. Both of the candidates are, I believe, are very qualified. They have different viewpoints on topics. They have the same viewpoint, opinions on topics. And I hope whoever gets elected will change this policy and the policy for electing subcommittees. It's faulty, and it causes a lot of hurt feelings, and obviously I'm not comfortable with it, and I just think it's unfortunate that it didn't get changed this year, because I asked multiple times to the policy committee, which I'm on, and to others, and it didn't get changed. So I'm going to move forward with Jason, because he is the sitting chair, and then we're going to vote, and then we'll see where that lands. I, Vanessa Bryant, make a motion to nominate and elect Jason Record as the chair, Board of Directors for 2023 year.
Thank you, Vanessa. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jared. So I have some words and then we'll go to a vote. Unfortunately, all of tonight's roll call votes have to be by roll call, which will slow things down. So this is a vote to re-elect myself here. I have some words that I've written. There was no way I can convey to you the effort I've put in this year and the countless difficult conversations that I've had in my role as chair. With staff, with administration, and with parents. Conversations that almost always I was trying to pull people to some sort of compromise. I tried hard to aim for balance and aim for the center. That meant many times going against my own beliefs to some degree. I have found over the last year that aiming for the center and aiming for balance is a hard place to be. I think the majority of our community lands somewhere in the middle, and yet most people in the middle simply want to do their own thing and not get too involved, which means you don't hear too much from the happy people in the middle. On the other hand, there's lots of strong opinions one way or another on lots of various topics these days, and when you try to pull those folks toward the middle, you end up with not many people truly on your side, so to speak. I've learned a lot about leadership in the last year and done much reflection and reading of various books. I think leadership includes a lot of listening and a lot of collaboration and a lot of deep thinking and processing. It includes not only looking at what is best right now, but in a year or two or many years down the road. What leadership is not, though, is making a thoughtful decision and then changing it only because some people aren't happy, regardless of how loud they choose to be. Some very difficult decisions rest and end with the chair position, and I didn't take any of them lightly. I did my job per policy and aimed my decisions squarely for balance across many topics for 100% of our 2,200 students and families. Whoever was in the chair this past year would have had a very difficult job. It was a bit of a perfect storm. We had an ed tech contract that went far too long. We have a district that needs more space, but we are in difficult financial times, and it is hard for many to invest. We had 4 new board members this year, which is more than typical. New board members have lots of energy and novel ideas, yet know little about board process and role. I was one 2 years ago. Poor Tyler. I'm sorry, Tyler. Learning the skills and personalities of 4 new members and assigning them appropriately to committees can be challenging for people you know, much less people you don't. Our equity committee this year was the first year that it was a board committee, and shrinking that committee from 25 members down to 10, as you know, caused much strife and strong feelings. Despite the fear and opinions at the beginning of the year, that committee did an amazing job and in 1 year delivered a plan that lays out a framework that serves all and is very well balanced. Those 10 committee members should be very proud of the work they did and how professionally they collaborated on such a difficult topic. I'm proud of what they did and what they accomplished and how they worked together. Because of my experience on facilities the prior year as it related to knowledge of the new school, and because of not having a mentor and having 4 new board members, the beginning of this year required a lot of time from the chair position. With better planning of the committees this past year, most committees are well positioned to roll folks forward with minimal disruption so long as folks want to stay on those committees. If I am the chair this year, there should be less disruption, so to speak, and the committee chair should be able to hit the ground running with minimal oversight from the chair position. We have another tough year coming up, including, again, putting a new school out to referendum. I think we only get one more chance at this, and it has to be done well with a very long communication timeline. If I am chair, I would ask Leanne and Kim to head up that committee. Heading up that committee will be the heaviest lift this year across all committees, and that will take significant time. We also have a teacher contract coming up soon that will need careful balance. As you know, finding that balance can be difficult and uncomfortable. So you folks have to decide who's going to be our chair and guide us again for the next year. This vote is one of the most important of the year, maybe in many years. This vote is yours and yours alone, and should be based on everything that you know as a board member. The position of chair is a tough job. However, that said, I believe as much as possible in stability and continuity, and there should be great weight given to keeping the same chair year after year when possible. and this is why I'm offering to do it again next year. Simply learning the ropes and getting up to speed for the chair causes inefficiency and lost time for Jeff, for administration, and countless other processes everywhere. Our community deserves as much continuity and stability as possible. With all that said, it lands in your hands. I just ask that you vote for balance across all topics for all 2,200 students. I'm happy to hear from others and happy to answer questions that are appropriate for this public forum. Others?
Jason, I just want to clarify. I have trouble hearing Vanessa, but just to be sure, did I hear that you're nominated, or you volunteered for the position, and there was a second person that again, is that Leanne?
No, right now, oh yes, Leanne also put her hat in the ring for chair. The current motion on the floor is for myself as chair.
Okay, and then is the motion for you and for Kim as vice chair? I just couldn't hear anything that I apologize.
There's no, nothing on the floor for vice chair at this time, just myself as chair. And that's the current discussion.
I just mentioned who actually volunteered when the question was asked.
Okay. I'll just add this is, I spent a lot of time with Kim on the equity committee, and I spent a lot of time talking to Leanne, among other things about this role. I think that all three of you are not only capable of being in a leadership position on the board, but I think you've proven that you're willing to put in the time and the effort that it takes to excel in a leadership position on this role. I actually think that Leanne would make an excellent chair. For me, before I consider another person for chair, the first thing I would think about is who is the current chair? Are they interested in running again? And then if so, have they earned another shot at it? And I would say, well, I didn't agree with everything you did this year, Jason. I think you worked tremendously hard. I know that because I felt like I was hitting the wall in terms of hours in the day to work on this. And then it seemed like at every turn you were doing so much more. It was just shocking. I can only imagine sacrifices you made personally in order to do everything that you did. I was glad to hear in your opening speech that you say you learned some lessons from the past year. I do think that there could have been some more compromise in the committee at the beginning of the year, and that would have made my life easier in some respects, and as well as others. But it seems like you appreciate that. I do think, though, that you generally were on top of every issue. You were well researched and advanced in every issue. I just felt confident that you were at the helm, and I felt like you'd always done your homework and did a good job of, as you say, trying to be that and really just steer the ship. So if you're interested in another position, I would thoroughly support you. I think that I would love to see Leanne play a major role in the board next year because I think she's got some time to offer, and I think she would also make a great candidate down the road as well. But I do think that as current chair that you've already done a shot at it. So I don't know, are we just talking here? I'll just add my 2 cents and be supportive of this of your candidacy.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Jared. Others? Jeff, Scott, anything to add?
I think Anne raised her hand. I don't know if you guys can find her on the computer.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I realized I wasn't sure the best way to, being remote, how to alert myself versus just unmuting. I can appreciate how difficult it is being chair. This is my 5th year on the board. 4 of those years, the chair has been from Cumberland. It's North Yarmouth's turn, so I won't be supporting Jason as chair.
Thank you, Anne. Were you going to speak?
So what I was going to say is I generally stay out of this because I often have something to say about most of everything, but I do not have anything to say about the internal politics of the board. But I have said very consistently over the years, whenever the chair's position has come up and anyone's asked my opinion, not that it makes a lot of difference in this particular case, but I do appreciate consistency of the board chair, and I think all but one of the board chairs that I've worked with, and just as a factual statement, since I started, has done 2 years in the role because of the difficulty of the role itself. And it is a challenging role, and I've watched different people wrestle with it, and so I've often found and observed that consistency in 2 years helps with stability of the district. And that is no statement on anyone in particular. It is just a statement of fact that I've observed in my own role.
Okay. Others?
I would just like to point out that it's been a great year to work with all of you, and I would be truly confident to have any of you be a chairperson. I think that we all get along pretty well. We're very honest with each other, and the public should know in public or executive meetings, we're very pointed with each other and we listen to each other. So I just want to add that if any of you ever want to step up for anything.
I just wanted to jump in and note that that I appreciate everything that Christina just mentioned there, that this is maybe feels tense, maybe perhaps this year, but for me it's not contentious. This is choosing between two exceptionally qualified folks, and it's just making the choice there. And so I don't like to think of this as voting against either of you by any stretch of the imagination. I've been honestly really pleased with your leadership this year, Jason, and so I think, you know, whichever way this falls, the board will be in good hands. But I just wanted to note that while this is a choice amongst us as a board for next year's leadership, it's not a contentious election by any stretch of the imagination. It's simply just a choice amongst colleagues for who's going to sit in the chair seat. But hopefully it will be effectively, still amicable and productive, I think. But I won't be here, so it'll be even better. Also got a cop out for me to say that. So.
We'll call you.
To Vanessa's point, though, and I do also note that I think it's very worthy for the next board to give real thought to how this process is done, and perhaps look into changing the policy, either keeping it this way but refining it in some manner, or looking into making it so the incoming board selects it. I think it's a very worthy discussion. I don't have as strong of an opinion that it has to be the next way, but I think it's a worthy topic to be heavily discussed.
So I agree with Vanessa that this process is the worst and it needs to be changed. I also agree with Mike's sentiment that I think you are both great, and unfortunately we only get to pick one of you. I just wish I was more I wish I was as much at ease with this as you are, Mike.
I'm leaving.
You are leaving, yes. Congratulations. That's all I have to say. I like you both.
Okay. Last year we simply did it as alphabetical order. So Vanessa, heads or tails? Whichever you get. If it's, let's say, all right, so if it's heads, you start. If it's tails, Kim starts. All right? Fair enough?
The process just got worse.
This is better.
All right, it's heads.
Name here?
So, well, it has to be a roll call vote. So, Vanessa, the motion on the floor is to re-elect me for chair. Yes or no?
No.
Leanne Candora.
No.
Jared Levin.
Yes, sorry, you know.
Ann Maximovich.
No.
Tom McGinnis.
No.
Christina Mitchell.
Yes.
Jason Record, I'm going to go with a yes. Mike Williams.
No.
Kim Vine.
No.
All right, the motion fails. Moving on. Is there another motion?
Is it Vanessa's motion or it's just open?
It's open.
All right, then. I, Tom McGinnis, make a motion to nominate and elect Leanne Candora as the chair of the board of directors for the 2023-24 year. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mike. Discussion. Okay, seeing none, we will go to the same process.
Jared.
Jason,
Oh.
voted for you, can we still vote for?
Yep,
The
Yep.
motion has failed, we can still vote in favor of Leanne.
yep, completely new motion, yep. Oh, jeez. All right. Discussion?
I'll add,
Go ahead.
sorry, I'll shut up pretty soon, I promise. I'm very front-loaded on this meeting. I'll just add that I meant what I said before, that I've spent a lot of time talking to Van, and I think she would make an excellent chairperson. I actually thought that the two of you, Jason and Leanne, would make an excellent team, whether it was Jason as chair with Leanne as vice chair, or the other way around. And this is to say nothing against Kim, who I think would also be terrific. I just think that you and you, Jason, you, Leanne, complement each other well. For what it's worth. So I don't know, Jason, you only put yourself in for the chair. I would just suggest, I don't know how this process works, that you would also make a good vice chair. I don't know if you're interested. But again, maybe I'm just talking to hear myself talk, but I'm saying two things. One is I think Leanne would make an excellent chairperson, and secondly, I would love to see you guys have a strong partnership working together, if that's in the cards. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Others?
I would agree with the sentiment that Jared just presented to us with the crickets in the background. But yes, I also felt the training wheels, so to speak, would have been great to have Jason continue and Leanne learn the ropes and deal with the fire hose that comes with the job. However, if that's not to be, I have full faith and confidence in Leanne. Will be able to lead us, and we'll be fine.
Others? Mike?
I just hope you'll continue in whatever fashion, Jason, to continue to be a leader, regardless of your place on the board. Your voice is really important. You offer a whole hell of a lot to the board and the district. So I just hope that's the case.
I will do what the board wants. I coming here tonight was really kind of a win-win, because either re-elect me and that feels good, or I get 20 or 30 hours a week of my time back. So I will do what the board wants, and a weight has been lifted, so that it's okay, folks. And to be perfectly honest, I was about my fourth choice for chair this year, and I tried twisting some arms, and it didn't work. But it's a hard job. Others, the motion on the floor is to elect Leanne as chair. Other comments? Okay. So we will do another roll call vote. Vanessa?
No.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
I Gonna go with a no. Mike Williams,
Yes.
Kim Vine,
Yes.
the motion carries. Congratulations, Leanne, and condolences.
I really appreciate the trust that the board has put in my hands for next year, and I really valued working with Jason this past year, and I've so appreciated all of the hours, many that go unrecognized, and you know, all the commitment that you put forward this year. You know, as we've talked, the two of us, we just have a little bit of a different approach on some things, and so I just I really value having you continue to work really collaboratively. You have so many skills and your viewpoints and perspectives I really value, because I know there's some things we do agree on, and there's some things that are really helpful to be able to talk out and come to a common understanding on. And the same is that with, you know, everyone on the board and with the community. I think I have a little bit of a different leadership approach, viewpoints, and the skill sets that I really want to bring to this board and to the community, and I'll work to incorporate what each of us on the board brings to solve all the challenges ahead of us, which I know there's many, especially with our growth problem right now, and how we can we can't do it alone, and we need to trust each other and work as a team. And I'm not naive to all the challenges ahead, and what we need to do to effectively accomplish what has been laid out. And I know personally that I will not always do or say the right thing in any given moment, but be assured that I'm humble in my approach, and will admit my mistakes, and will look for continued growth as board chair and to represent the diverse and very varied perspectives in our community. So thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, Leanne.
Can I say one thing?
Yep.
As you know, the board, that I'm very opinionated about certain things, especially when it comes to policy. And just that's why I voted the way that I did. I think both these candidates are going to do a great job, and I think Leanne will do a good job. I have confidence in her and her communication skills and coming towards more to the middle. But again, and I'll repeat myself, that I really think this process needs to change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to the next item, which would be...
I'd like to nominate, I, Mike Williams, make a motion to nominate and elect Kim Vine as the vice chair of the board of directors for the 2023-2024 year.
Thank you, Mike.
I, Christina Mitchell, second that motion.
Thank you, Christina. Discussion.
I just want to put it out there that, Jason, if you have changed your mind, if you would like for this to be a team of you and Leanne to work together, I am happy to step aside. And so I just want to put that out there one more time if that's what you would like to do.
That's not the motion that's on the floor. I'm willing to do it, but
Fair
that's not the motion that's
Fair
on
enough.
the floor.
Okay.
I'll do whatever the board wants.
Jason, I guess I have a question on, I hate to vote against Kim because I'm a huge fan of Kim. The only reason I would do it is if I knew you were interested in running, and if you're not, then I would heartily support Kim, who I think would be great. So I don't know, what does one do in these situations? I don't want to vote against Kim only to find out that you're guessing that whether or not you might be interested. So I'm just throwing it out there. I feel like it's a quandary.
Well, as the person who made the motion, Kim, what is your preference? To ask you publicly, although this is, I think, what Vanessa was hoping, that this would be a public session. So,
What's that meme of Homer just going
shrinking into the
Yeah.
bush.
I think per policy and protocol, there's a motion on the table which needs to either be
Okay.
nayed or
Okay.
yayed.
I
And then we
apologize
move
if I went
Rescinded.
against protocol. I just
Or rescinded.
The options are to vote on it or to
Rescind.
retract it.
Okay.
Both people would have to retract
Okay.
it.
So I could retract it.
no,
Don't
I
retract it.
don't retract it.
Okay.
Other discussion? I will say that Kim was one of the people that I would have put forward for chair, and I couldn't twist her arm. I think Kim and I worked together during the trying to get the new school passed, and we butted heads sometimes, but she put tremendous effort into it. And then seeing her work on the equity committee, she showed a lot of ability to balance things and hear, you know, diverse views and try to come to the middle with good policy. So I think she would do well. I support her. Others?
Yeah, I think Kim's fantastic. From the time, with the early time, one of the earlier people to encourage you to think about running for school board. So and you've only exceeded every hope that I had in terms of your work ethic, your intelligence, and your ability to reach out and talk to everyone in the community. And so, yeah, no, I think your leadership would be, we would be well served by your leadership.
Others?
I'll second what Mike had said, although I am I really look forward to working with Jason over this next year in whatever role makes sense. I think that, as we've talked about, continuity in positions and thinking about the future, I would love to think that, Kim working as vice chair with the interest in becoming chair someday, being able to have that continuity and that experience is going to be really valuable. I think we've really felt it over, the past 2 years of not having continuity in some key positions as they turn over, whether that's board chair or chairs of particular committees. And so I would appreciate having that continuity with Kim as vice chair, with the hopes that she would be chair in the future.
Mike made the motion. Who seconded that? Was it Christina?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Other discussion? Okay. We have to do a roll call again. Vanessa?
No.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared? Jared? Jared, we're voting on Kim for vice chair.
You could also vote present.
What's that, Mike?
You could vote present.
I don't want to vote against Kim because I'm a huge fan.
Or abstain.
I know we're past the talking stage, but I worked with her closely this year, and I think she would be excellent. I guess I'm gonna vote present because I still think that Jason, if you wanted it, to have you as vice chair working with Leanne would be the best overall combination. So I guess I'll just vote present because I don't want to vote against Kim, who I think is terrific. So that's where I am.
Is that an abstention, essentially?
I think so.
Doesn't count?
It doesn't count.
Good Lord. Okay. Anne?
Ironically, I'm not present.
Anne Maximovich.
Yes.
Okay. Tom McGinnis.
Yes.
Christina Mitchell.
Oh, yes.
Jason Record, I'm going to go with a yes. Mike Williams.
Yes.
Kim Vine.
Yes.
All right. Motion carries. Congratulations, Kim. All right. We have a chair and vice chair for next year. So,
Can I also offer, because I have to belabor things, but I also want to note that to say thank you to our outgoing vice chair, to Anne.
Yeah.
So, Anne, thank you so much for your stepping into the leadership role this last year as well. I'm looking this way. I don't know if that makes sense or if I look this way, but thank you.
I'll just add for the record, if I'd had time to get a word in after Jason voted for Kim, I would have changed my vote to yes. I don't know if that counts.
should have been more phone calls to Vanessa. All right, moving on. I am going to move a couple of items up in the agenda here so that Jared can get on his plane. And that would be a policy report and one potential action item and equity. So policy JICA, Jared, can you explain to everybody what went on with that? And we potentially are going to do a first and a second read and vote on it tonight, but if people are uncomfortable, we can just do a first read. So Jared, can you explain that?
Yeah, yeah. So unfortunately, we had this policy has been sort of in the works for quite some time. Every once in a while, you have a Murphy's Law situation where everything that can go wrong does go wrong, and that's kind of happened with JICA. About a year and a half ago, the student government took the initiative to say that they wanted to see some changes to this policy. They had some particular concerns in it. There were some provisions in here that seems to apply disproportionately to female students and to male students. There were other terms that they thought could be offensive depending on how they were interpreted, and others that were vague. And so they took the initiative, working with their teacher advisors, to make some suggestions to the policy. Unfortunately, there were some other important policies that came sooner in the year before this one. And by the time we had gotten to this policy on the policy committee, there was a changeover at our attorney, Drummond Woodson, where our longtime policy advisor, Ann Chapman, retired, and Alex, who advises us in other capacity, took over reviewing some of the policy work. And right around that time, also Cram stepped back and changed roles, and somehow, when the markup came before the policy committee and the board, what we saw on there were the edits from the student government, but we did not see Ann sort of general updating to best practices edits in the version we reviewed before. So basically, had we tried to tie the existing policy to the version we were looking at, we wouldn't have been able to do it because we were missing Ann's edits. And we kind of discovered that as we were preparing for this week's meeting. Now, what I will tell you is, all of the feedback that the board gave last meeting has made it into the ground. There were some specific concerns about, for example, the use of the word gang, and also raised concerns about kind of references to change as being a little bit maybe offensive to some of the students. All those changes that have been made and are reflected in here, and the student government has their comments on the board's comments have been reflected, and ELEC has proofed and reviewed all of that. So I think we have a good policy to vote on and approve, but because the board didn't get to see Ann's original comments last meeting, we felt we could not jump right to second read without at least giving the full background to the board. So just so everyone knows, I actually forwarded this packet to the board maybe this weekend or last week. It's a 4-page packet showing the current policy, JICA, on page 4. Pages 2 and 3 shows the markup that we saw at last meeting with the student government comments in blue. At this time, we're also showing all of Ann's original comments in red. And then page 1 shows the proposed policy with just the final edits that have been made since the last board meeting. And I think we have something that the student government is happy with, that I think addresses the concerns raised by the board, and that have been well reviewed by Drummond Woodson. And given that there's some students who've been waiting for close to 2 years to see the work come to fruition, I thought it was worth trying to get this through tonight, both the first read and the second read, if the board is comfortable with that. So that's the background, and happy to take any questions on that.
So I had asked Jeff whether technically we can just do first and second read together. Generally we do first read so people have a chance to review and feel comfortable with everything, then we do second read. Given the circumstances and how long this has been going along, I put it forward, and if anybody objects, we can table it and just do a first read tonight. If everybody's okay with it, we'll go to a vote.
Oh, sorry, and I should just add for the benefit of the rest of the board, I also forwarded this file to Mike and Vanessa and explained the situation to them and had them read through it over the weekend. And I had their blessing before I forwarded it to the full board. So I thought everyone should know that as well.
Okay. Does anybody object to taking a vote tonight? Okay. Discussion on the policy itself, concerns?
I appreciate all the.
I'm here. Sorry, I'm looking for a charger, so my camera is off at the moment. You don't see me walking around, but I support the policy and moving forward with the vote for a few different reasons. One, given the length of time that's gone on, I don't want this to be pushed to the next school year. I'd like us to be able to implement it before the start of the next school year. I think the changes make a lot of sense and are more supportive of our student body, where certain groups of students, either by gender or their manner of dress, aren't singled out for how they present themselves at school. Thanks.
Thank you, Ann. Others?
Yeah, I appreciated the summary in the background, and I would certainly be in support of doing a first and second read. I just had a question that it just occurred to me. So in the statement, articles of clothing which promote the use of tobacco, alcohol, or drugs.
Could you speak into the microphone just a little bit
Oh,
more?
sorry. I was just asking a clarifying question. Articles of clothing which promote the use of tobacco, alcohol, or drugs are prohibited. Is marijuana implied when we say drugs?
That's my assumption. Right, Jared?
No, I apologize. The microphones of the people on that end of the table, I'm just not able to hear
Oh, can you?
clearly. So I wasn't able to hear the question.
I'm going to have Jeff answer it anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, any drugs are prohibited in the schools.
Okay.
So, or at school events. Any drugs of any kind, whether they're legalized or not, they are not permitted in school.
Okay. Thank you.
Others?
I'm sorry, I should have qualified that. Unless they're medicinal, and if they are permitted, but with a process that we have with the nurses.
But just like, I was just thinking clothing with marijuana, like leaves.
That wouldn't be permitted.
Okay.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
It was a very iterative process to do this policy. I was on the policy committee for 2 years, and I think this was up for 2 years. So it's good to get it finished.
I would just add that this looks like it's been very thorough, so thank you very much for all the work you all did. And since it was last revised in March 2010, I think, yep, if everyone likes it, let's go for it.
Okay. Everybody okay moving the action item up to now? Any objections? Okay. So we'll take a vote on this as presented, JICA. Vanessa?
I'm trying to find it. What letter is it? L. I, Vanessa Bryant, make a motion to approve policy JICA, student dress code as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Mike.
You need to state your name, Mike.
I, Mike Williams, second that motion.
Okay, Vanessa, Mike. All right, now to the vote. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mike Williams?
Yes.
And Kim Vine.
Yes.
And Mike did point out to me that W comes after V, but I'm not going to swap now. Okay.
Also, just got to say that I came on this board in the depths of COVID when we would do this all online and have to do like each name. And so my last meeting, I get to do this too. So
Yes.
yeah. Thanks, Jared and Ann. No.
Okay, so moving on to, we have another just policy update that, Jared, if you don't object, I'm going to have Jeff just run through quickly, which is JLCD, which is first read. Jeff, can you tell us the basics of that and why we're updating it?
Yes, JLCD is coming. It came before the policy committee. It is the policy dealing with administering medications to students. and this came from legal counsel, because we have been working with our school physician, and our nurses have recommended, and the State Department of Education has long recommended, that we stock Narcan in our schools as an emergency use for opioids. So if someone's in an opioid crisis, there will be Narcan available in certain places. We've now started advertising. I did have to sign an agreement before this policy gets passed by the board saying that we would accept the Narcan, which we have, into the district. We had a timeline on that, and it was pending approval of this policy, but I had to go ahead and sign that agreement, taking that at least to the district, bringing it on the premises. But with the understanding that the board would need to approve this policy for us to continue moving forward with that. So this is language in the policy. This is the first read, and this comes right from legal counsel, just talking about the stocking, possession, and use of Narcan in these schools. They would be kept in the AED cabinets areas of the schools, and we have several in each school. And we also have a mobile cart as well. And if you approve this, we'd make sure that that was available and marked in those locations in the event of an opiate emergency that any member of the public could use for any reason.
And until we get to second read, we have an agreement in place temporarily to take care of all this.
We do.
Yep. Okay. All right. So that was first read. That'll be on the agenda for July 17th, I believe, to put that forward. Any questions, concerns, discussion?
I have questions about the wording.
Okay.
So Jeff, you said that it will be in all of the AED cabinets. So how many, does that mean 3 buildings? We'd have 3 doses?
We have multiple ones at the high school, for example.
Okay.
So I think we have, don't quote me, but I think we have 6 different stations and locations that we would have the Narcan, including the mobile unit.
Okay.
I believe we have 3 at the high school, at least 1 at the middle school and 1 at the Wilson School.
Okay.
Plus a mobile. So, yeah, 6.
Because it just the way it kind of reads like there's 1, and we have the school nurse. So does that mean the building nurse, or do we have a the school nurse?
That means any school nurse.
Okay.
We do have a school nurse who is coordinating this for us, who's organized all of this, Erica Serapis at the high school. And she's the one that received this for the district. But it applies to any nurse, and they can train anyone to do it. For example, I'm getting trained, as well as there's going to be a group of people that are trained in the district to be able to administer it in case of an emergency.
But you said it would be available.
But it's also available to the public. So if no one was around who knew how to be trained, but it's there, and if in an emergency, someone could administer it.
Okay.
I just want to add that I very much support this. I think that we need to always recognize that anyone in our community, not just our students, but if we had parents or grandparents or other community members on campus, anyone can be at risk of an accidental overdose from opiates. And I would encourage everyone actually to be trained and have your own Narcan with you.
Thank you. Others?
Just confirming that school resource officer?
Yes,
like
they will
regular
be trained.
police are trained.
Yeah, they're already trained already.
Right.
And we'll have 2 next year.
Others? Tom?
So I have no objection to the addendum to the policy. There are a couple observations I have about how things are ordered in here. Do you want me to send those to you separately, or just give them?
Either way, right now is fine. Yep.
So under D, there's an other medications section about self-administration that should probably be up under C, self-administration of medications. And actually, one of the other issues is that there are 2 C's sections.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Yeah, we reordered this to put the Narcan in and didn't reorder the C. You're right. That needs to be changed. Good point. We will make that change. So that would really be F. Right. Okay, we've done our ABCs. Thank you. Any other changes, Tom, or anyone else?
Okay. All right. Anything else before we move on? All right, so that's a first read. We'll see that again with some minor edits in July. So moving on to the other thing that I wanted to move up, which was the equity report, which would include just an update from Tim and Jared about the equity draft plan. So do one of you guys want to talk about that? So what has occurred since last time?
I can start with an update, and then Tim can jump in. So I can't see you because it's a podium right now, so I'm happy to get started.
Yeah, go ahead, Jared.
Okay. So from a process standpoint, what we've done so far is we've taken the draft that we shared at the June 5th board meeting. We've incorporated all the comments that we got from the board that evening, and then we recirculated that draft, and that was included in my board meeting packet. I believe I separately sent the version to the board that just have little comments on it to show where we had, what comments that we had from the meeting that we had addressed. And I forwarded my notes and Kim's notes from that meeting. Big picture, the notes essentially were to make it clear we wanted your staff and teacher feedback, not just from the students, but from the building administrators. Secondly, that we want to make it clear what the role is of the equity steering committee and clarify that this committee does not govern what happens in other committees, that while it might be free to make suggestions or give advice to other committees, it doesn't, for example, dictate to the curriculum committee or the policy committee. That was never the intention, but we did clarify that. There was some question about the role that social media could play in terms of the communication mechanism for the committees. We didn't put anything about that in the plan, but we put that on the list for discussions or recommended discussions for next year's equity leadership committee. And we also noticed Tom's concerns about making it clear that in the use of data, particularly for any small cohort groups, you have to be very sensitive to confidentiality and discretion. There's also one small edit from Tim, sort of a visibility edit, which didn't make it into this draft, but we now have a new draft that'll be in the draft that we're going to post going forward. One thing I thought I would add is what kind of feedback have we gotten from the community so far? And I think generally we've gotten a lot of appreciation for the hard work, but there have been about 4 emails which have more pointed feedback, and there's some common themes. So I thought I would pass this along to the board and anyone who might be on next year's committee. And I can tell you at least how Tim and I view them, but next year's board could have a different view for sure. So the first sort of thematic feedback we've gotten is that people thought that and by the first people, maybe 2 or 3 people thought they were surprised at how passive that the plan seemed to be. In other words, that it does a lot of monitoring, a lot of oversight, but they expected this to be more sort of dictating what kind of equity plan should be or activity should be happening at the school. So our answer to that is, and I might have had that same feedback, by the way, a year ago. What we have said to those who've had that response is one of the first things we learned when we joined the board is that the board primarily serves in an oversight capacity. So we set broad policy and we dictate that policy, or we delegate that policy to the administration to carry out and to execute. And then our job is to monitor, to ask tough questions, to make suggestions, and ultimately to hold the administration accountable for carrying out that policy. So as a committee of the board, we view that role very similarly to the equity leadership steering committee. And I'm not sure that everyone in the community is even aware of just how much is being done already in the various buildings related to policy ACA and equity. But there's a lot being done, and so we actually posted links to all of the social and physical safety practices in the school, and also the links on our website of all the equity activities already being done in the building. And so from our perspective, the committee has to be careful in delegating or giving or dictating to the building heads exactly what they should be doing. Particularly in the first year of overseeing this plan, we thought that there was a great opportunity next year to learn a lot about what's happening in the school, be able to ask questions of the student groups, the staff, the librarians, and the building administrators about what's being done, how is it working out, to judge for the committee to judge for itself to what extent that the buildings are meeting the goals of policy ACA. And then using the equity committee updates to the full board to make sure the board is aware of what's happening. And because those updates are public, this is a great opportunity for the public to also know what is happening. In addition, because if followed according to the plan, each equity committee meeting will be inviting a group to speak to the first half of the meeting, to speak to the committee, to take questions and so forth. And anytime a student group is presenting, they can certainly invite their family or anyone else, and they would also be open to the public. So that I hope answers the question as to why it's not more of a top-down, heavy-handed policy in terms of dictating exactly what each building should be doing. I don't think that is in the nature of how the board acts in its other committees and its other capacities, and we hope that answers that question. But again, next year's board could take a different approach. The second type of feedback would be kind of an offshoot of the first. Why doesn't the plan specify blank? And blank is a little bit different depending on whose feedback you read, but it sort of said, Mark, why don't you spend more time investigating the source of inequity or the structure of inequity in our school system or in society and so forth? Again, it's the same answer, really. That may be happening in debates or in discussion or on the ABL team at the middle school or next year at the high school, or in the student government DEI club, or in the civil rights team. Those discussions may well be happening, and we'll be learning about exactly what the students are learning as part of our, as we invite student groups to address the committee next year. But again, we do not take an approach of where we're going to specify what the building should be keeping, at least not until we have a year to see exactly what's already being done and how it's working out. The last comment was, why didn't you include more effective voices, either on this year's committee or in forming this plan? And I think that's a fair and it's a natural source of feedback. I would say, I would caution anyone not to just jump to conclusions about the members of the committee, what their life experiences have been, who their family members are, or what personal experiences that they have that might be relevant related to policy ACA. It's easy to take a look at the committee and jump to conclusions, but I think that would, if you dug under the hood a little bit, I think that actually that just wouldn't be wise. We never want to draw conclusions or generalize based on appearances. But more generally, while the point is heard, what I would say is we structured very specifically the process under the committee to follow in future years to systematically get feedback from effective groups. We didn't want the ability for the committee or the board to get feedback from students who might be the students who are designed to be protected or helped by policy ACA. We didn't want it to be dependent on individual relationships that committee members might have, which can change from year to year. We wanted there to be a systematic approach whereby student groups and their teacher advisors could be invited to present to the committee, to take questions or share their concerns or ask questions of us. And so we actually think, if followed to the letter, there'll be more input, much broader array of sources than probably most equity committees are getting now. And that is true. And I'm just saying that anecdotally, but we read a lot of other plans, and none of them seem to have this feature that we made kind of a central feature in this plan. Lastly, I'll just say, in hindsight, as hard as the committee worked, and there was a lot of work that went into this, we probably met twice a month for the last 6 months trying to get this over the finish line. I wish we had finished it maybe 2 weeks or 4 weeks earlier, because I think next year's committee would have had a much easier time if they could have been studying this plan over the summer, setting up meetings, working out their schedules and sort of figuring out who is best to be invited to the committee and when, and sort of gotten a running start next year. I think that would have served next year's chair or co-chairs and the committee well. But unfortunately, we didn't make it any sooner than we did. And by the time we were ready to present the June 5th, we didn't want anyone to feel rushed because we know this is a very important policy and important committee for everyone. I will say it's a little bit regrettable because I think we're going to make the life of next year's committee a lot harder to have to sort of get this over the finish line and then start putting it to work. But it sort of is what it is, and I hope that's helpful. I'm happy to take any questions or to give Tim an opportunity to add his thoughts or take questions.
Yeah, I'll add something if that's okay. I think Jared's right. Based on the feedback, I agree entirely. I think I've been receiving feedback from both kind of sides that this has gone too far. Like we've overstepped. This is an activist group, and then I've heard the other side, as Jared has kind of said, that it's too passive. And frankly, receiving both has made me feel like we've landed pretty much in the right spot. I think that future committees will look at this and will provide expertise and oversight without overstepping, so we can lead without pulling. And I think that's really important, regardless of where you are on the equity spectrum. And I want to continue encouraging that feedback. It's been really, really, really valuable. So I hope people continue to do that. We've gotten, I don't know, maybe between 5 and 10 pieces of feedback. And I want to say, reflecting on this a lot, I don't think that I would be doing my duty as co-chair if I didn't encourage a second read tonight and a possible review to adopt. And I say this only to Jared's point, is last year, Policy ACA, I didn't think was perfect. In fact, I spoke up at a board meeting and gave some of my feedback to that. But it's very good. And if we did not have it, if we hadn't adopted it and we had it my way, I'm not sure if we'd even be at the point where we'd have this pretty robust plan. And I think it's really important, as we will either have a new committee or have a change in that committee, to be able to have some amount of a head start, as Jared was saying, to be able to hit the ground running. And I think if there isn't a reason to push, right, I want to continue getting that feedback, but we've written in that plan that we can adapt in the year. We can change that plan. We can adapt to that feedback. It's a pretty open and flexible plan, so I think a lot of that feedback that we continue to get can be implemented. But I think that we will be doing a disservice to the work and the plan, which we all want to see the results of, by delaying it very long. So whether it's tonight or in the fall, I hope that we have a sense of urgency to get it right and adopt it, because the work is there. We have support from the board chair on it. We have support from Lawrence Alexander. We have support from our equity committee. We have a support from a lot of the public. So it's there. I don't know where everyone stands on the board. This is where I'm kind of curious to nudge you to think about a second read and where you're at with it. But I think it's really, really, really close. And I don't want perfection to be the enemy of good. Is that the saying? I think that's the saying, right? So I think it's there. And so I encourage you guys to really reflect on it and hopefully adopt it soon. And we can take questions.
Thank you, Tim and Jared. Questions from the board, comments?
Are we looking to adopt it tonight?
I'm happy to take a straw vote. People that want to put it forward tonight. I think Tim's point is a good one, as far as just finally taking the leap and adopting something. As we know, things get kicked down the road, and then you spend another 6 months or a year on something trying to fine tune it. So, if people would like to adopt it tonight, we can. I think it's important to commit to a date, maybe July 17th. There needs to be a finish line. You know, we can iterate, we can improve it, but we need to implement something. So simple straw vote. Anybody want to take a vote tonight? Okay. When to put it on the agenda? I'm trying to. How about July 17th? People interested in that?
I still think that's too soon.
Okay.
I mean, maybe the retreat would be a good time to do it.
Okay.
I think we've got quite a few people here, maybe for public comment on this. I think we all need to hear from the public.
There you go. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Tim.
Do, since Mike, I mean, we've heard from Jared, Mike and Vanessa, this is your last meeting. How do you feel about not voting on this tonight? Do you feel like your voice will be heard?
Yeah. When we had talked about it, the last meeting, I was comfortable with the process of putting it out there on the 5th, letting it simmer, especially over the summer, and having a board meeting or a few of public comment, but getting it done soon. I want it to succeed, and I think pushing a vote tonight could get contentious, and it might not succeed. And I think pushing it to July or August gives it a much better chance of success for public comment to happen, any other potential revisions or updates and such. I personally don't think it needs a lot of improvements, but I think it's I don't know. I haven't heard public comment. So it's great that you vote, and I really appreciate Jared and Tim sharing some of that feedback, but it's good to have public comment and air that out publicly as well. So that's where I would feel comfortable. So thank you for the question, Kim. I would feel comfortable if it was pushed a bit.
I was very vocal on the last time that this came up, and I do think it does need to be fine-tuned. I think it's really heavy, stepping over certain lines when it comes to the policy and procedures. I think we already have, and I've talked to Jason and Leanne, that there's, I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with a lot of I feel like we already have a lot of the information implemented in other areas. So, and I don't want this committee to oversight the policy and the procedures, the finance, like all of these other subcommittees that we have. And it kind of felt like that the way it was written. And I don't know if it has been edited, and I do apologize. I didn't go through and highlight the areas that I felt strongly about. So yes, pushing it off would be great, and good luck.
It would be helpful if you highlighted those areas. In our last equity meeting, I did attend that, and I relayed much of what you said and tried to convey to them, I think, the general feeling of the administration too, to try to, leave things open and not define too much so that administrators also have the flexibility to do what they need. Do you have anything to add to that, Jeff?
I was a member of the equity committee, so I very much support the plan as it's written and as it's presented, but I understand the sentiment for public comment, more public feedback. I think the plan, as Jared mentioned and Tim mentioned, is open-ended enough so that it's inviting a lot of comment, which was a huge push of the committee to make sure that we're hearing different situations of equity, and that's a huge part of the plan. It was inviting groups in and being kind of a sounding board for problem solving or questions or being on top of things in the community. And I think that's an important ingredient in the plan, but certainly understand the need for more feedback before the plan is implemented.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can just chime in on two things. One is, Vanessa, I would encourage you close read because we were very sensitive to your comments, and I think we really went line by line, section by section, to try to make sure that that the committee didn't read and that the committee was overstepping on policy and position. So please do take a look, and Tim will be sort of taking the ball from here more than me, but I would feel free to email him, not just general, we'll either email him your thumbs up if you like it, how it's now written, or give you specific feedback, so that would be helpful. Secondly, I'll just say that I meant what I said in my presentation, that I wish we had said a month earlier, but we didn't. And I think just given our experience this year on the equity committee, I think it's very important that we be sharp up front broadly, because if people feel like they have something to say that isn't said, they're not going to feel ownership of this policy, and we're not going to be behind it. And I would certainly, as much as it would have made things easier for next year's committee to get something finished, I think it's far more important that everyone feel like they've had their say. Not everyone's going to get exactly what they want. Although we specifically say in the policy that it should be evaluated at least annually and updated or have updates recommended to the policy for updating the plan to be consistent with best practices. But not everyone's going to get exactly what they want in the first draft or the first approved version. But it's important that everyone be heard. So I want to be clear about that.
Yeah, I just want to add that this is not a discouragement. My thought and reflection is not a discouragement for feedback. Whenever it gets adopted, I encourage feedback continually. This is how this plan's going to grow. We're going to trip over this plan. It's a new plan. I've seen this happen lots of times. I think the idea of a date down the line to give the next committee a chance is a really good one, but we don't know when we're going to have enough feedback or when that is. So I really encourage, especially on members of this board, we have not heard a lot from, I know a couple of you have given that feedback. We're hearing more from the public, which has been great. I want to hear from members of the board too, if you have thoughts, so that we can get it to a space where it's ready so we can actually do the work and spend more time on the action rather than the planning. So I encourage board members anytime, if you see something, do multiple reads to get it to that spot that it needs to be. Yeah, and I'm excited for more public comment for sure.
I second that, and one thing I left off from the process standpoint is on the last page of the draft plan, it says, please direct any questions, comments, or suggestions to equitylsc@msad51.org. Those comments will continue to come in to, I'm guessing, the existing committee over the summer, but it'll continue to certainly come into Tim. And you'll probably get at least a brief answer, maybe a more detailed answer, but all of those answers are going to be, all those emails going to be collated and then given to the next equity committee. So whether it's members of the community or members of the board, please feel free to continue emailing your feedback to that email address, and it will be seen probably by this year's committee, but also next year's committee.
Thank you, Jared and Tim. Anything, Christina?
Yeah, I just would like to add from what you said and Tim, that yes, any highlighting you want to do, Vanessa, Mike, and Jared, you've worked on this a long time. Any highlighting you'd like to do, notes we could add to as on your way out the door, please leave us that gift.
Thank you. I think that concludes all the things we had for you, Jared. If you want to leave us and get on your plane, much appreciate you making the meeting.
Thank you, Jared.
I'll probably switch to just listen mode, but have a great summer, all of you. It's been an honor, pleasure to work with you. Thank you very much.
Have fun on your trip.
Yes, have fun, Jared.
Bye, Jared.
Okay, moving on back on to the regular agenda. So we'll go to number 4, approval of minutes. Do I hear a motion?
I, Leanne Candora, make a motion to approve the minutes of June 5th, 2023 as represented.
Thank you, Leanne. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Christina. Discussion, comments? Okay. So roll call vote. Approval of minutes. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Yes. Anne?
Abstain.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to public comment number 5. If you would like to speak, please step up, introduce yourself.
Sure, none of you know why we're here. So first of all, I want to thank the outgoing board members and the board members. I recognize you guys put in lots of hours away from your families. I heard the last board meeting went very, very late, so I appreciate that. And I especially want to publicly thank Vanessa. Last time I spoke publicly, I misjudged you horribly, and I apologize for that. Turns out you have become one of the public servants that I most respect and admire, so I appreciate your time on the board, and I'm sorry publicly for misjudging you last time.
Thank you.
So not surprising to anybody, I'm here to talk about equity. Thrilled with change in leadership, asking you all on the board to really, you have a lot on your plates this year. You've got the school, you've got lots of things happening. I'm asking you guys to put equity back in a priority spot. Last fall, a group of us spoke up, similar group to who's here today maybe. We were told to, quote, trust the process and the equity committee would do good work. I sat back, as did many of my colleagues, and I'm here today to point out that since then, the Equity Committee has accomplished 2 things that are visible to the public. First, removing anti-racist from the mission statement of the Equity Committee. I'm not going to elaborate any further on how that flies in the face of any recommendations of actual equity work, as I hope it speaks for itself. Second, they drafted an equity policy. This draft policy, while I'm sure it took a lot of hours of work, read it multiple times, does nothing more than put a whole lot of words on paper that don't actually have a whole lot of meaning or action behind them. Gives the Equity Committee power, as Vanessa pointed out, has the authority on equity, but having no commitment to do the actual work of equity as I read it. In addition, and really importantly, this policy was seemingly drafted with the inclusion of no representation of marginalized groups. Simply, it's not good enough. There are many of us in the community, some of us who are here today, who are willing to do the hard work of equity. I spent time pulling resources together and making edits to the document in conversation with a couple of my friends and peers. Realized it was going to be all for nothing if we didn't have a change in equity leadership in our district. And I'm not willing to waste my own time or anybody else's time in that effort. So I'm asking the incoming board, Leanne and Kim, I'm thrilled to see you both, to add equity back to the list of priorities. Put people on the committee who are committed to equity, who represent diverse and marginalized groups, and who will not be afraid of a little discomfort from majority groups in an effort to protect the safety of marginalized communities. As one of the best districts in the state, we can do better, and I believe we can be an example. And more importantly, our kids are relying on us to do that, and are watching, and have been watching every single move that we are making. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Others? Please.
Tim Valenti, North Yarmouth. I think I'm supposed to do that public comment. I watched the September board meeting from afar, while I was when there was a lot of feedback on the membership of the equity committee. At that point, I was at a retreat doing equity work in a disenfranchised community, trying to get people who were underserved jobs that made them above about $50,000 a year, and place them into jobs that made them double that about. This has been a core mission of my life. You can look at my resume, you can look at the communities I've served, you can look at the people I've served. I've seen a lot of equity plans that have been performative, and it really upsets me, because this work is really important to me. And when I got on the board, when I got onto the committee, I think that we had a lot of great debates, including, as was mentioned, our mission statement and what it should include. And we talked about anti-racism. I have no problem with that word. I don't think anyone on our committee does. But we had reasons to remove it and broaden it, so we felt like we included more people in that. We spoke to many people from disenfranchised communities, a lot of the people that we equally care about in this plan. Their voices are incorporated into this, our experiences are. And like I said earlier, it's definitely not perfect, but it's not performative. It's not a bunch of words. If you look at it, it's very much more extensive than a lot of other plans that I've seen comparable. And there's a lot of data involved in it. There's a lot of accountability, quantitatively, qualitatively, but there is room for growth. And I do encourage and hope that we get a diverse set of ideas and input into it, just as we have this year. And I'm really proud of the work, despite kind of the doubt that we had. There are definitely some things I wish we had done differently, but I'm really proud of it. I think we produced something really great. And I know everyone on that committee, including myself, were there to serve the work because we cared about equity, we cared about diversity, and we cared about inclusion. And I think we showed that. We walked the walk, and it wasn't just talk the talk. So I really appreciated the work of the Equity Committee this year.
Thank you, Tim. Others for public comment?
Sally Hunter. I'm a resident of Cumberland and also a teacher in the district. I really appreciate everyone who is a public servant in this town. As we've heard people discussing roles on the board, I really appreciate the people in those positions, both incoming and outgoing. It's a huge commitment. And I appreciate people who serve on committees. One of the things that I would like to point out, one of the things that I found deeply disappointing about the Equity Committee is that of the 10 members, there is no classroom teacher. None. This is a school. This is a school district, and there are no classroom teachers on that committee. When people get excluded from a conversation, when people are left out of the room, when people are not allowed at the table, I wonder why. And I think fear. And I think, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid? That teachers are not allowed on the committee. I appreciate the good work that's happened, but why are there no teachers on your committee? With a new change in leadership, I would respectfully ask that you reconsider that position.
Thank you, Sally. Others for public comment?
Jessica Witten, North Yarmouth. I was actually originally just coming here for support initially, but I was sitting in the parking lot and remembered my own candlelight service where one of my good friends gave a speech about Our Town, the play that we read in high school, and talking about how birth and death are inevitable and it's the in-between that matters, that it's the quest for companionship and love is what matters. And I was not out in high school because, truthfully, I had never met a gay person. I didn't even know it was an option. And I also played a straight high schooler really well. Many years later, I was excited to come back to my town with my wife and have my child attend the same schools that meant so much to me. I believed she would be encouraged to be her whole self and comfortable with who she is. I assumed that it no longer being the 90s, and based on the district's continued messages of belonging and preparedness for the world outside of Greeley, this would be an idyllic place to live openly and comfortably as a family. My child started at MSAD 51 the year COVID hit. After watching so many board meetings and consistently sending support to those members, I reached out to hundreds of Greeley alumni to get signatures in support of Jeff's letter on anti-racism. I sent it to the board. I felt it was crucial to understand that so many of us support this work because while Greeley prepared us so well academically, it fell short on diversity. I am here speaking of one small area of diversity, which is also important, one tiny area. At this time, watching the letter and the anti-racist and equity work that was being done in our community, I was proud to have my child attend Greeley schools, where the board and administration stand up for what is just and are willing to dig in and do the hard work of dismantling oppression. I was incredibly proud of the work the board did over those very intense couple of years. I'm sure it was uncomfortable at times to be taunted, ridiculed, made to feel like an outcast, and to feel unsafe. Thank you for experiencing what those of us in minority populations have felt so much of our life. And then last fall, I decided, out of curiosity, to see what the Mabel I. Wilson Library had on its shelves for diversity and representation, because it honestly never occurred to me to check. There were 12 in total, which is inadequate at best, but there were 0 ones with representation of the LGBTQIA community. There were no books in the library with any families that looked like the one my child had. I was told by the administration when I inquired about what the plan is to change this, that there was no plan because it's not developmentally appropriate. Staff was told to not have LGBTQ books available on their shelves as they are only to be given out upon parental request. I was truly shocked. I spent the next several months attending committee and board meetings, having individual meetings, writing emails, researching on other districts, offering education, having one-on-one conversations. I spent nights perseverating on this. I was so angry and frustrated, but the overwhelming feeling was grief. Grief that this was our town. Ultimately, I was unable to make any progress in countless hours of advocacy. It was heartbreaking. There are still 0 books currently in the MIW library that have any representation of our family, despite my daughter asking the librarian and the principal regularly. I'm here today not for my family or for my child, because we've actually decided to go to a district where we feel seen and heard and valued. I'm here for others' children, specifically those with children in minority populations, or to those who value true equity work and want their child to be an inclusive member of our community. I'm asking those who want their children to feel truly included and safe to pay attention. I want those who believe in this work, for those who believe this work is being done, to understand that it is falling short. Respectfully, the Equity Committee, while no doubt put in many long, arduous hours, has missed the mark this year. This committee has the potential to really make a difference for our students, to create a sense of belonging and preparedness for the outside world of Greeley, which is so often touted. The district can and should do better for our kids. They all deserve to feel companionship and love from their town. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Others for public comment? Okay. Seeing none, I will leave public comment open.
I didn't prepare comments tonight because I came in physical human body support of Leanne Kendor's bid for chair, but there was no public comment for that. So I hadn't read the equity report till I sat there in the back just now and scrolled through it. And I just want to stand and echo the folks who have stood up to say that it falls short. I did come a year ago in September to say I was disappointed that there was no chance, no public chance that any of us were aware of to apply to be on the committee. Those of us who care deeply about anti-racism specifically and about supporting the queer community also. As a bisexual girl growing up in rural Maine, also didn't see anyone who looked like me and ended up in a hetero relationship because of it, to be frank. And I want my kids, my currently straight identified kids, to see queer families and to know that that's normal. I want them to have relationships with folks who are different from them and to know that that is a full spectrum and that the word anti-racism isn't frickin' scary. It is actually a necessity, and this district needs to embrace it. And if the Equity Committee can't say the word anti-racism, What are you doing?
Others for public comment? Okay. I'll close public comment now. And so we'll move on to presentations number 6. And we have Oak Point here to take us through the RFP that we did for property search for the new school, and then to discuss timeline. So, Tyler. Yeah, Dirk can help maybe.
That's it.
Oh, yes. Tyler Barter, while you're getting that ready, any objection if we move up the junior student rep thing? Unless Sophia really wants to stay late.
Get
Just
used
practice.
to it.
Okay, so is there a motion before we have discussion?
I will. What?
I'll motion.
Which one
if
is
I can
it?
It's
find
K.
Which number it is. I, Christina Mitchell, make a motion to approve Sophia Dueña as the junior student representative for 2023-2024.
I, Vanessa Bryant, second that motion.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Vanessa. And Christina, you want to take us through the process that we went through?
Sure. Jeff, Carl Francis, Tommy, the representatives, we met, number of wonderful candidates. It was very hard process to go through all of it. If the public and teachers would stop sending us such awesome candidates, it would be a lot easier. But it was great to meet all of them. It was a very hard choice. But we feel we've gone through the process and we've made a wonderful selection. And so we welcome you very much to your term. I was going to say sentence, but term. Be gentler at this point. We can talk later, but to the board.
Would you like to say anything, Sophia, before we take a vote? Step up if you would, please. Sorry.
I'm really excited to be given this opportunity, and I really look forward to be able to be a part of these meetings and put my voice in. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything else from the board before we vote? Okay, and we'll do a roll call. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared is gone. Anne?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm a yes, Jason, I'm a yes.
Oh, oh, Jared is here. All right. 2 yeses, Jared and Ann. Okay, Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Jason, I'm a yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Unanimous. Congratulations. Motion carries. You're welcome to stay.
You got to build that muscle.
All right, Tyler, please.
All right. Well, thank you for having us again tonight. I'm actually joined tonight by Jack Agnon. He's the civil engineer who's been working on the project from the beginning. So for those that don't know, back in March, the board put together an RFP that was sent out to the community soliciting options for additional land within the two communities that could be used for the construction of a new primary school. So through that process, we helped to identify a number of criteria that could be utilized to weigh all of the different options that came in, the different parcels of land, versus the ones that we've seen before, utilizing a lot of the historic knowledge that we brought, and tried to compare anything that did come forward through kind of on a go, no-go basis. So making sure that it was technically sound and that it met the long-term criteria. So this bulleted list kind of boils it down to some of the more pertinent things that to meet the program needs, we needed about 12 acres, a little bit more, plus or minus, depending on the topography and the natural features. It would be preferred to have a gently sloping site if possible, but as we can show by a couple of the options that we've developed in the past, we can work with a number of different things. We needed access to 3-phase power or the ability to extend it from a roadway that currently was served by that. We're looking for municipal water and sewer if possible, or if sewer and water wasn't available, that the land would have soils and aquifer that would be appropriate to service those with an on-site system. From there, we're also making sure that our roadways are able to handle the traffic. So we're looking at things like the width of roads, sidewalks, proximity to major intersections, a lot of the things that became really hot button items as we looked at kind of the middle option here on the campus. From there, the advertisement went out for I think about 4 weeks, and 3 parcels were submitted to the district for evaluation, and this is the summary of each of those. I'll turn this to Jack for a quick review.
Thanks, Tyler. So there are 3 parcels, and this first one we're looking at here is parcel A, and it's located in North Yarmouth. It's about 33 acres, and the site does have single phase right now. 3-phase power is about a quarter mile away. No public water, no public sewer. There are some significant environmental constraints on this property, namely the Chandler Brook and the wetlands from a stream that is a tributary to that. There's a resource protection zone around Chandler Brook that prohibits uses for a school or residential uses. They pretty much have to be recreational and environmentally sensitive uses. As you can see, this kind of limits the area that's available to that shaded area that's about 6 acres, and there's probably some additional land on the other side of the stream, but it disjoints the whole site. So for those reasons, the environmental permitting requirements would be pretty significant, and the lack of adequate space, this site does not appear to be very appropriate for the intended use. So parcel B is located right here in Cumberland, right on Main Street and close vicinity to the campus here. It's about 15 acres total, and the back portion of it, as you can see, is we've identified as mostly wetlands, and there's about 6 acres of upland area near the front of the site. And of that 6 acres, there's probably an acre or 2 that's in that little finger that goes to the top of the page. So it does have 3-phase power available and has access to public water and sewer. And its close proximity to the campus is a good and a bad thing, in the sense that it's allows you to link your campuses, but it does add to the potential traffic problems in the area. And mainly because of the size of the site, it really doesn't have the proper area to support your program again.
Quick question about this property. The adjacent property just at the top of the buildable space, are those homes?
Yes.
Heading this way?
Yes.
Yeah. These are all single-family residences as you move up the page.
Okay.
Yes. I believe there's one to the south, or to the bottom of the page as well. And parcel C is located in Cumberland, kind of on a side street off the Tuttle Road. And it's about 18 acres. And probably about 8 of the 18 acres is developable. There are some slopes that are involved there, and the main constraint on this property is there's a drainage run that runs down the middle of the property that really divides the property in two. There could be some opportunities to maybe link it, but given the size of the building and the steep slopes, it's a little difficult. There is single-phase power out there. Three-phase power would have to go close to a half a mile to get there. Public water is also about 1,600 feet away. The potential wetlands at the base of the site in the open field there, there's some woods in a area that's identified as potential wetlands, would probably make it not very suitable for a septic system out there, so it would require an extension of this sewer. There's a lot of unknowns about this site in the sense of it hasn't been looked at by a professional for wetlands and so forth. It's just a desktop review at this point. But given the slopes and the presence of that drainage way, it is a difficult site to work with. Also related to the school is the existing road is not quite wide. It's only about 22 feet wide with no sidewalk, so that road would have to be improved all the way to Tuttle Road. Be happy to answer any questions you might have about these sites.
As we publish these results, I presume this is going to go to our website, go to our history of what we've done.
The timeline.
The timeline, thank you. Will instead of being parcel A, B, and C, will we have an address? Will we have a more specific location?
Originally, we were trying not to, absolutely publish the addresses just for out of respect for the owners and stuff. I mean, you can certainly figure it out looking at it, but we were going to just, at this point, leave it at this summary level.
Okay. Just as people put forth and say, what about this property at this address? Is there going to be a way to be able to connect that to say, ooh, you might want to look at parcel C, or something just to show people that that spot was indeed looked at?
Yeah, that's really up to you guys if you want to make that link. I think, in my opinion, you should be careful about, putting a spotlight on landowners that haven't, it went so far, they put it forward, but it's not going further. So I wouldn't want them to feel like they're on the hot seat.
Okay.
Point them to it.
I didn't mention it at the beginning, but I think it's important to say is that we were really looking at a very specific set of criteria for a very large building, and we didn't want to make any inference that this land isn't great land, that there aren't other great opportunities on each one of these parcels. They really just didn't fit the criteria for that 115,000 square foot building, which is very different than what I think a lot of these landowners may be thinking for other potential uses. So we're trying to be somewhat sympathetic to that other side on the landowner side.
I think this summary should go on the timeline.
So my takeaway, is this correct, that we've looked in North Yarmouth, Cumberland for other land, we put out a call, and these are the parcels that were responsive, and in your estimation, the requirements we have, these would not be recommended by you for the minimum size we would need for a new school. Is that
That's
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
While we're at this point in the process, Leanne, would you also recap the process that you went through?
Sure. So in addition to issuing the RFP and advertising that, we worked with both towns to get a list of properties above the acreage that we were looking for, and just went through the checklist, looked at publicly available maps, and whittled a list of hundreds down to probably about 10 or fewer to send letters out just of interest to those landowners, and I do not believe that we heard back from any of them.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I believe we had one phone call from that, but that person did not continue.
Okay, so yes, in addition to what we're reviewing, and we were trying to find something that had at least the potential to have a building of this size, and then I don't know how to quantify better, but because we've invested a lot in the 80 Gray Road site, like what would the cost differential be, and if these would, and the time difference with going forward with a different parcel. And so that was also part of the assessment, and we didn't receive anything that reached even some of this minimum criteria. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so I just would like to clarify that point as well, that when it's a recommendation, I'm assuming that cost, it's not just like you could not build a school there, it's the cost would be prohibitive.
Well, on a minimum, 2 of the parcels just don't have a physical space that's large enough to house the school. So, you know, it's a lot of desk engineering and review to come to the fact that, you know, the school itself is almost 3 acres. You know, it's 115,000 square feet, all the stuff around it. So pretty quickly we knew, you know, 4 to 5 acres of developmental area is just not going to cut it.
Okay. And the final question is, one of the things that I have heard a lot in my conversations is the concern that even after building a 4th school, we're going to need another school, or the schools are going to have to be enlarged if growth just keeps going and going and going. So can you just speak to that for a moment, especially when we're talking about the necessary size of a school that, as I recall, and hopefully most people do, 80 Gray Road includes an opportunity to expand if needed, and why that's so important when we're looking at the size of the property.
Yeah, absolutely. So expansion is something that we look at in all of our school projects. We know that you're not going to overbuild and, you know, put hundreds of extra student desks in a school up front. It's not a great use of your limited fiscal resources. So some of the things that we've taken a look at the 80 Gray Road site and the previous versions of the projects that we've looked at is we build in flex classrooms that can, you know, take care of those bubble years. If you recall on the plan for 80 Gray Road, kind of in the middle, there's some, you know, full-size classrooms with an all-purple partition. Those function as breakout areas and huddle spaces during the regular year. And if you have an extra 20 kids popping through for a bubble year, close the wall, stays there for a couple of years, you open it back up and put it back into use. The other thing that we take a look at is where on the site you could add. So if you recall, it's a 3-story classroom wing. What we try to do is leave about 35 feet of development area at the end of that wing. It utilizes the existing stair and vertical circulation infrastructure. And with that, you can add 6 additional classrooms, so 2 per grade going up. So we try to build in that long-term flexibility on the NUSCA site within that area. So we took a look at making sure that your cafeterias, your library, gymnasium space is all appropriate for a slightly larger student population. And then it doesn't preclude you from adding to other facilities here on the campus in the future as well, with a much smaller number. You know, as we start to trigger some of those off-site improvements on the vehicular roadways around here, that was some of the biggest concerns, but it may not stop you from adding 4 or 5 classrooms to MIW or something at the middle school that could address some of those long-term concerns. I will say adding this capacity does a lot to ease your overall student capacity across the board. You know, it immediately addresses things at MIW and at the middle school, takes both of those pieces out and gives you a lot of long-term flexibility.
And that was already put in the final design that we put to vote.
Correct.
Yeah, the heating and everything. It was like yeah, okay. I thought we had already done that design.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, because especially that affects the size of the building site that you're looking at. Like you said, to have 35 feet on either end, that just, it's smart planning to have a site that's not only big enough for the current school, but for an expansion if needed, is my understanding.
That's correct.
Okay.
You know, if one of these was close, we would certainly have taken a much harder look at it. You know, there's a lot of creative things that we can do architecturally to, you know, compress a footprint, to give you the ability to go up, look at different grade level configurations for long term. There's a lot of different things that you could look at if something was getting close to being a viable option.
Other questions from the board? So Tyler, after the process that we've gone through with the RFP and your review and what Leanne did and those property reviews, exactly how many properties do you think that we have right now available and viable?
One.
Okay. All right. So are we going to go through timeline now?
Oh, we went right up to the timeline. We're already there. I think I've kind of fat-fingered it, so we're here.
Yeah.
So if you're ready to do it now, or I can wait till the appropriate time.
Yeah, let's go through it. Sure.
Okay. So some of this is kind of a recap on information that we've talked a lot about over the last couple iterations of these plans. And this first slide gives you what the total project duration is by individual milestone, not tied directly to a referendum date. So I've got two that are tied to kind of two hypothetical voting times that will kind of put these into perspective and outline a few of the challenges that each one faces. So we estimate that this is a total of about a 42-month process from the date of a successful referendum. What that includes is about a year of design. There's about a 6-month permitting process that overlaps that if you have questions, Jack can certainly talk about. A lot of that's going to be our traffic movement permits, and the big one is going to be our Department of Environmental Protection SLOTA, so the site location of development application. That's going to be a pretty robust piece. And we have to get about halfway through the overall design, and then Jack really and his team gets much further ahead of a lot of the other pieces to get that application in, because it's a statutory time of about 6 months, correct? That DEP has to review that. And we're expecting, given the nature of the site, that they're going to take every ounce of that. From there, we go into the bidding process, and this takes anywhere from 2 to 3 months, depending on how things go. We typically like to give a contractor about 4 to 5 weeks at the minimum. 6 is kind of the ideal. That way they give some time to get a really good turnout, vetting of their subcontractor prices, do a bid opening, and with a successful bid under budget or at budget, it takes about anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks to get a contract through the legal process back to this board for approval. So it's a process that takes a little bit of time. And from there, we're estimating that this is a 24 to 26 month construction duration. From that time, at the end of the construction, we want to make sure that we're giving the district 2 to 3 months to actually do the shakeout. That's when we're getting our systems tested. But more importantly, that's when staff is packing up at the end of the year, putting everything into a truck, moving it over, getting things set up, furniture's delivered. All of those things that happen outside of the general contractor, it takes quite a bit of time, and it's a pretty big effort. From there, I put these timelines into 2 different referendum potential dates, and this is up for discussion with the board. The first one is a February referendum, so assuming right off the bat, you're looking at putting this out to bid just about a year from there. So looking at a February, March bid time. That gets you bidding into April, hopefully awarding the contract, starting construction sometime in May. It takes a little bit of time for contractors to get up to speed, and then giving them enough time to get the access road in. And then our big push is to make sure that you're sequencing this in a way that you're getting things like concrete foundations and all of these things that are really expensive to hit in the winter a good time. So that's something that we're looking at in both of these cases. With this, you would be looking at a construction completion date in the June-ish time of 2027. And then that would give you the summer to do a move into the building and all of that shakeout. So a couple things to note. As you know, this is a special referendum, so we flagged that. This middle piece, you kind of look at the duration beforehand, is where we're expecting that first winter. That's really the critical one, where we're hoping to have steel up and your exterior shell starting to be enclosed. And then at the end, it gives you a really good opportunity to do a kind of a normal move. And then it gives you a little bit of flexibility if something comes up, you know, if we hit some unforeseen conditions or material shortages and all the things that you're hearing about in the news right now. The second option is taking a look at what would happen if it was in June. So utilizing all of those same metrics, the 1-year design, the same bidding and contract award time, that's looking at a construction start somewhere in August of 25. And just those 4 or 5 months really has a pretty big impact on the amount of time it takes to where you get to that winter construction. And we're estimating that it's going to take somewhere 6 weeks to actually get to the point where you can start digging the hole for foundations, which is likely going to push you into some winter construction, which is definitely going to have an impact on the overall duration of the construction and the price. The other big concern that we had as we started looking at these dates is right here at the end, where you start to have a building that's coming online at the end of construction somewhere in July and August. And that means that we're going to be moving furniture, doing punch lists, the building shakeout at the same time that you're trying to move staff in, have them get a chance to set up their rooms, get all those different pieces online. And then it really gives you almost no flexibility if something happens. So these are some of the concerns that we had. There may be some ways as we take a look at some of the durations, we might be able to skinny up a month on design, push the contractor really hard through that award to skinny up a couple months. But you're really looking at best case scenario, kind of like a July end of construction. And it's something that you'll have to weigh, because as you compress a construction timeline, you end up paying more. They're going to factor in either liquidated damages, double crews at times, some long days. They're going to factor all that into the bid. So those are things we wanted to make sure that the board is aware of as you start to have your discussions on these 2 different timelines.
I have a question with regards to timeline. And I don't know if it's possible or how they did it, but South Portland backed up their beginning of their school year. Yep. And is that how does that work? If we're crunched and we don't want to spend the extra man hours and the extra time, I know they pushed it and then they were done 2 weeks.
Yeah, you have the benefit of only needing to do it on one end. We've had some school districts where we actually, we built the school in Camden, we've talked about it a few times, and it was adjacent to an active site. And we were actually taking pieces of the building away as we did different construction pieces. And we actually worked with them so that at the beginning of 1 year, they started really early.
Yeah.
They got rid of their February break, and I got called a lot of really bad names up in town for a little bit. And then at the other end, they started 2 weeks later than anyone else around them, which impacted that following year. So over the course of that, by kind of juggling, they were able to trim or provide about an additional month at the end of the construction, which is gold.
And that, Jeff, is something that's how set in stone is our schedule? How much pre-planning do you need to be flexible on that, knowing that you may need an extra month or 2 or 3 weeks?
I would say start on day 1 of your referendum date.
Yeah.
You've got a year from that time to get those things kind of sorted out so that we have that in the construction documents. The contractor needs to know as we're bidding it so that they can reflect it actually in their
that they
price.
have that cushion in there. Okay.
Yeah, anything's, it's doable.
Yeah.
It's doable. Other districts have done it. It's not ideal at all. Nobody likes it.
No.
But if we had to, and this is what we were working with, we would make the schedule work.
And we could potentially save money without having to crunch the building.
Money and time.
Yeah.
School time as well, and making sure that the students start at a reasonable time.
Right.
And it's not a complete chaotic situation. So.
Well, unless you do a February referendum. If you do the June referendum, is where you run into a problem.
So we'll deal with both.
Which one? Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the referendum date. I think Tyler's saying that the February one would lend itself more to the school schedule. The June one is still doable, but it requires a lot of, schedule engineering to make sure that we make it work.
Okay. Yeah, there's certainly pros and cons to both. There's there's political implications on a February vote. There's schedule challenges of doing a June one. A lot of these things can be kind of mitigated with some good planning, but it's kind of build yourself in that long-term flexibility at the end. Yeah. That last month or two, it's going to be a really crazy time. I'm not sure if you've experienced the end of construction move in, but doing it in a few week period with an overlap on a move and furniture delivery, we've done it a few times. And I'd recommend you stay away from it if you can. So.
And there's cost implications, you're saying too, if we were to wait till June, there was some additional expenses by having to potentially put more people on the job than you would have to. Is that what I was hearing?
Yeah, so the challenge, we flagged that first winter of construction kind of is our first one that we're looking at. We want to avoid foundations in that time. I've talked to a lot of contractors, and they estimate that you get a 50% reduction in the output of people working outside in the cold with their hands. The other piece that goes along with that is you have to do a lot of additional work to prep the ground. You have to, there's ground source heaters pushing heat down in the ground to keep the frost out. And then there's a lot of protection of concrete while it's curing. You can't let concrete get cold right off the bat. It eliminates the strength. There's a lot of bad things that happen with it. So all of those things, we're looking to try to be done with foundations and getting steel up before that winter time hits. We can start managing, framing exterior walls in different pieces by doing that, but we want to try to minimize how much we're spending on winter construction costs, because it's significantly higher to do those types of activity in the winter.
Okay. And Jason, what are we actually voting on tonight? We're not voting on a date for the referendum, or are we?
There are 2 action items on the agenda. One, to commit to 80 Gray Road conclusively as the site, no longer engaged, will be married, and the time frame. So, and that can be tabled tonight if we want. I put it on there. It's up to the board. And yeah, so we would be tabling it or committing to date X, and that allows us to start building the communication time frame from there. Tyler, I have some questions. I have, as you say, there's pros and cons, and I have great concern about shortening the communication plan time frame. I think we, as I mentioned earlier, I think we get only one more shot at getting this school done, and then, I don't know, we build more modulars and look at expansion, and eventually I think it will be a self-correcting problem. The quality of the facilities sort of, and being crowded, will go down, and people will stop coming here eventually, potentially. So I have great concern about compressing that timeline, the risk of the second failure, and then I think people's mood is potentially better when the sun is out in the middle of winter isn't great. So based on all of that, what creative things can we do to make a June referendum work? You said that potentially the design and construction phase could be a month shorter. Is there ever a scenario where you can actually start the design assuming a positive referendum result, so you invest 3 or 4 months that potentially is costs that we burn if it fails, but can you do that?
Certainly.
Cart before the horse?
Yep.
And what sort of costs would we be looking at sinking if it failed?
Off the top of my head, probably $1.5 million.
That's to you guys.
Yep.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that on my end.
and I'm going from
you heard
memory.
it.
So the way that we're using the same,
kidding?
fee calculation that we use on our state-funded projects. It's about 6.5 or 6.8% of the construction cost. I think your fee on this one's going to be $3.5-4 million. If we burn through that first piece, we're getting our permitting going. There's a lot of stuff that happens with subcontractors, with geotechnical surveys, drilling a geothermal well. There's some pretty big expenditures on day one that you won't lose. You won't be able to recoup if a referendum doesn't pass. But we can certainly start anytime that you're ready.
Can I interject with a question I probably should have asked before you put out your comment, because it's out of timeline now. So are we've already definitely decided no chance of a November referendum?
That's up to you. My main concern is another failure. So,
I agree. Same. I just don't know what
and
the
to
feeling
me, that
is.
is absolutely top of the list. Our responsibility is to add more space here and to
June 2024.
assure to the degree possible a positive outcome. And I believe that requires a very long communication time frame. So for me personally, it's
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Top of the list. Go ahead.
So I share that, but maybe not. I don't feel as though we need to go necessarily go out to June to get that same impact. I think February could give us that, and I think the differential in timeline here between February and November is not that much. November of 2023 politically is not that different than a February of 2024 in terms of having to stoke turnout from everybody, because neither of those elections are ones where I think people will naturally go to. It will have to be encouraged to go. So I think in that regard, for me, it doesn't matter, and the extra 4 months, I think, is probably pretty darn useful, in my humble opinion.
I was referencing the November 23, just to be
Yeah,
clear.
no, that's what I assumed, Christina, not November 24, where we will not need to goose turnout. We'll get everyone's opinion on it then, but which could be very good, to be frank. But I think that's waiting too long. So no, personally, like a November 23 referendum, does that necessarily get us open a year earlier? Probably not, right?
I don't think it does a year.
But the school would be available in, say, like spring of 27.
I didn't bring a November.
Yeah, so it doesn't line up well enough. I think because we looked at this once.
It looks like if it's the November, if I recall, it won't be like a July opening and then transition to school. I think it would back it up maybe potentially a couple months.
So we have a couple more months to move in and clean up.
So if we move the referendum a couple more months up, they potentially could open a couple months sooner, so we're not hitting that July, August timeframe. It would be end of school closing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it could bump it up if I'm following the timelines correctly.
Yeah.
So 2 months doesn't seem like in the voting process from November to February, but at the tail end, giving teachers time, giving that summer break, maybe ending school in early June if they know the school's going to close. Not that anybody wants to end early in June. You only have me for 3 more hours, guys. I said you only have me for 3 more hours.
Stretch it longer.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure November really buys you much, to be honest, because one of the challenges is it's going to be the same thing that, the November to November year. December, you've lost that whole month. You don't really want to start foundations in February, March, so you're really going to be kind of naturally pushed out to that same start date.
That's what I wanted to hear, whether it made a difference to you, really,
Yeah,
as well.
I did a little crunching.
Scott, are there other considerations from an investment perspective of what we are going to need to do on campus? I know there were some decisions that we are considering that we may not have needed to go as far on with modulars if this had passed earlier, and whether the timing, whether November or February, would impact those decisions on further investments on campus.
Well, obviously, if we'd passed the referendum before, I wouldn't have modular city over here the size that it's going to be. So, we could have condensed that down a little bit. I guess I'd just go to one other question that I had, or one other statement that I had first when I was listening to all this. I don't believe the November timeframe buys you what you would expect in terms of the timing of this. The February timeline does. We also have processes that we have to follow here in terms of the financials, the posting. There's a lot of incredible work that has to happen before you even get to that referendum and setting that up. So having a little bit of time to do that, not being forced into a November referendum makes a bit more sense to me, just from my standpoint and what we have to do. In terms of modular costs and so forth, we certainly, I think, if looking at this now, maybe not having, if we do a February referendum, I believe that would buy us some time where we wouldn't have to lease a modular at the middle school. We could maybe shorten that for 1 year, okay, on the middle school, and make some savings over there on that one, because the ones we're doing now, we're leasing for a 5-year period. So that might lend us some opportunity there. But as Tyler knows, there's a lot that has to go into getting that referendum done, getting the financing plans in place, and the other things that we need to do if we were to go to a referendum in November. So I think that would be too quick.
What other creative things can we do, Tyler, to try to make a later referendum work?
Yeah, Jack and I were just discussing it a little bit. Some of the things that we can take a look at is starting to split a few things. So we may be able to, we were always planning, kind of pushing utility extensions, getting water lines moved, all those things, much earlier. They don't have the same robust permitting requirements, but Jack thinks we might be able to split the roadway construction to an earlier package, maybe get that. So we're starting that a couple months earlier, which gets you to the site a couple months earlier to start those foundations. Things like that may help, but we're somewhat at the mercy of the EP and outside entities. So we can do our best to plan for those, but it's not always a perfect world when it comes to that permitting side.
Jason, we've done that before here. We've actually moved forward with site work ahead of time prior to getting out and getting the design completely done. We've moved on to getting a lot of site work done ahead of time, and that's given you a little bit of a jump start.
Makes sense to me.
Can I ask another question? When we're voting on the 80 Gray Road as a site, are we also saying that the plan as presented for the school and other expenses, so we're not saying we're voting on that, we're saying we're committed to the site, because I think the thing that we still want some opportunity to do is send out the survey that's been drafted, gather some more input and feedback on maybe some other things that we could have considerations for as far as that influence the cost potentially, and be able to engage with the community in that way. So we're not going back with the exact same thing, that we're taking it as a little bit of an opportunity to gather some information that could influence the design.
Yeah, you kind of took the words out of my mouth regarding the survey.
Okay.
We still haven't seen that, so I don't know how this will now be reworked, what the point of the survey would be. I think we have to go back and say, okay, if we're going to send this out and we're committed to 80 Gray Road, then we really need to figure out what people's mindsets are, how to get people's inputs to where they feel like they're being heard, but at the same time, we're committed to 80 Gray Road. So getting the input with that lens,
right?
I guess.
And it was good timing for Tom to walk out of the room.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So, to be clear on the survey, Tom did a great job putting that together. And as we went through the process with the RFP and the work that Leanne did on the rest of the parcels, it became clear that asking some of these questions was sort of silly because we didn't have any options other than 80 Gray Road. So that's why it was sort of put on hold until tonight's vote. And then it makes sense to sort of reframe that, not ask, do you want it in Cumberland or North Yarmouth, since we have only one choice, and then try to get some of the good answers that we're looking for. But that's why it was delayed and just.
Yeah, I appreciate that being clarified, because so we and the public understand that there's two different things we've been grappling with, and one is the land. Well, now we know this is the land that we've got for the school, and then, okay, the school, how we can reconfigure it or whatever we can do, we're still open for suggestions on that through the survey and the process.
Yep.
But then we would also then need to know a date, because that would have to be priced. So if there were changes to be made, we would need to understand when any further adjustments would be considered because that would impact what we are able to go to referendum for.
Yeah, and I think that's what we would need to know is what are we talking about for changes? Are we talking about, some massages, a few hundred square feet here and there? Those are things that don't concern me as much, because, in the magnitude of this, we can make things like that work. If we're talking about, changing grade level configurations or making this a different physical structure, we'd want to know that sooner than later.
And the other thing that occurred to me, and of course we've talked about this before, is just also thinking through the fact that the 70-something million, I can't even remember the number now, it wasn't just for 80 Gray Road. There were other expenses included in that. I think the takeaway was that this is a $73 million building and land that was going into North Yarmouth, and that is not the case. There was other changes that needed to be made on campus. And I think being able to clearly like communicate that, however we end up is a really good idea.
I think it's safe to say that the project is going to be more expensive this time around. I think it would be very difficult to say that it's not going to be. I think we should make that really clear. But I do think the point of having the discussion, closing the chapter on 80 Gray Road, and then making sure that we know a time frame, because that's important. And it's important all around. It's important to Oak Point to be able to have a timeline that they can operate on and give us statutory steps. We know the statutory steps, but they can give us the feedback on, how much they can do in that time frame or whatnot. And then getting feedback from the public. But Tyler, can you clarify one thing for me? If there was a June referendum and it takes about a year to develop, work with the building committee, make sure, hit the ground running, so to speak, we're talking about putting concrete in about a year later, right? So when would the concrete be going in? I think that's the part that just needs clarification.
Yep. So this is that June referendum. So that 12 months, June to June, figuring it's the first week. It takes about 2 months to get through bid period, so you're now pushing August. It takes about a month to get through that contract. So, we're estimating that somewhere end of August, beginning of September, that's when construction actually starts. And the first thing that they're gonna do is spend maybe 6 weeks actually cutting a roadway to get to the rear part of the site, to the place where we can actually get a hole dug to put concrete in. That's why we're really concerned about that little middle piece. We want to make sure that we've got as much duration on the front end before we get to that cold weather, because once we hit December, we just see dollar signs.
Yeah, and I think to Scott's point, if there was site work that was done prior to that, if we can get the site work going, would there still be an opportunity, let's just say that the referendum was in June, get some of that site work done before the year is up, so to speak, for developing.
Yeah, I think that's what Jack was mentioning.
And being able to get the concrete in before the winter months.
Right.
So there is that possibility.
There might be a little bit more risk associated with it, but I think we can get the design work moving on that site package much earlier, split the roadway out. It might make permitting a little bit more cumbersome, but we could plan for that.
Yeah, okay, because that year of design is not, the road is not part of that, really. We know the road has to be done. So that other piece is still working. So simultaneously, that site work could be done, 3-4 months before the end of all that development work for the year.
I think what we might be able to get is a month or two.
Okay.
Because the challenge is that 6-month permitting time, that's not changing.
Right.
And we need to have a design that's what, 85-ish% done before we submit it to DEP. So there's this moving, piece at the beginning, that's 6 months.
Yeah.
Maybe we could trim a month or two out of that, do an early bid package, get that out. So we're starting, road work in maybe April, May, maybe starting road work in May, pick up a couple months there.
Yeah, no, that clarifies it. What is the recommendation of Oak Point in terms of all this, the timeline? Do you have a recommendation?
I mean, in a perfect world, we would say go in the February month. It gives you the best long-term flexibility at the end. You're not backing yourself right up against it at the end. But we understand that there are some implications to both sides, and we've done both. We've done the end of spring kind of start. We've had some that have finished early and sat for 4 months while we waited for the summer to get things moved. And we've done the construction right up till the last minute. So it's really what you're comfortable with on the risk side.
Go ahead. Yeah, I would just say, I would not want to minimize the move-in at the end of the project. That's a huge undertaking. We've been involved with that with several projects here. And if you don't have that time frame at the end of the project, like the portion of the summer, to be able to get moved into that building, there's everything from balancing the heat, there's everything from getting everything moved in there, did all the furniture arrive? There's a lot of what-ifs around that. So yeah, I don't want to minimize or have people think if we do a June referendum that we can somehow capture that time. I'm really concerned about that time to move into the building and have that available opportunity to us.
And not to complicate things, but a March or April referendum date, just to give the board every option possible.
May.
Is it because you were looking for more time to market and package?
And make sure that.
To communicate the building.
And make sure that if there's concept design, you know, even massaging concept design, there's got to be a point where there's got to be a finished product that goes to the public, plus this is what it costs, and let people,
referendum.
I think from last time, what we learned is 6 weeks before absentee balloting obviously wasn't enough time for people to wrap their head around the price. And we want people to be able to understand the price, how to get there, and be able to, if it's too early, it's just not going to happen.
I just caution people about thinking that we can redesign. A lot of thought and committees went into this school for this location. And I think we've had these discussions with Oak Point multiple times that a little shift here and there is not going to shave a whole lot off the building at all.
No, that's true.
Really
and the
important
longer we wait, we've already waited too long at this point, it's going to increase the cost.
Right.
So reaching out, I apologize. Reaching out to the community with a survey. I mean, I think we did our due diligence with the land, but I think the building, what they've designed, I mean, I'm 2 years into it. Mike, I think he might be 3 years into this design. There's been a lot of thought and questions, and if we could save money, we would have already done it.
Yes.
That was
Agreed.
Were you
Not that I want to discredit what the community might bring to us for ideas, but we've been there. We've been there, and we're just kind of delaying the process, I feel, at this point.
Well, and I don't want to jump in, but the square footage, I mean, maybe you can speak to that again, Tyler. You know, yes, there's the design, but it's really based on the square footage, number of students we're talking about that we anticipate will be in this school. I mean, that drives, what, 80% of the cost.
Yeah, that's a big chunk of it. You know, there's a lot of things that takes to get to the site. You know, the water line is going to cost what the water line costs. The 3-phase power extension, those kind of are what they are. Access roads, the fields, the playground, that really doesn't change much. So if you wanted to make a meaningful reduction, we're looking at reducing square footage or changing building systems to something that may not be, you know, supported by the community.
What about, so the question I was asking, if it comes back, and I anticipate that at least a significant enough percentage would say this in the surveys, that the geothermal heating cooling system, getting the roof ready for solar power, those were things that, in my understanding, a lot of people felt were bells and whistles. While we could all sit here and argue, and I think we all would, why those are so important. It's been a year. Is there any change in technology? Is there any new developments in how this building would be environmentally efficient that would change that design? Does that make sense? My question makes sense.
So the technology, you know, the geothermal, those types of things, there are some things that we could look at that might be subtly different, but the costs are somewhat the same. We're still waiting to hear a little bit of information on it, but there may be a chance to offset that with some federal grants.
Okay.
So, you know, we've got a lead on a couple things we're looking at for another school district that's a little bit ahead of you on the planning side. So I'm hoping that when we start having that discussion, we can take a look at that. The other piece that we've done in the past is you could do something like break the cost of the geothermal out as an option. You know, put it out as a community. It's X dollars more, base bid, X dollars, and give them two options.
At the referendum.
At the referendum.
Oh, there.
So there's actually a flip side to that too, Kim. They're adding another bell, but that actually could drop the operating cost of it.
Oh,
so
I know.
we could actually not make it solar ready, but actually put a solar project on top of it and start from the start and incorporate this. We had this discussion with Revision about potentially building that in, and actually the cost of that solar project would be significantly lower than adding it on later, and we'd get tax payoff, and it would drop the electricity costs tremendously. So something to consider about that as well. I don't mind putting those things out, but yeah.
No, and obviously I am very much in favor and looking forward to the savings and the just being responsible as you're building a school in the year 2027, of, you know, thinking about the environment. that was just something that I was thinking, well, if that comes back as a significant enough percentage in the survey, is that something we're going to then have to consider? Or are we prepared to go back to the community and say, okay, we understand these concerns, but this is why we're building the school this way?
One of the other criticisms was around operating costs and, not feeling comfortable voting on the school without some understanding of the increases in operating costs that would be incurred once the school opened. And I guess, have we seen how other districts address that? Have you had any experience in whether that information is put forward at the time of referendum?
Yeah, I think we've done assistance with looking at what the operational costs are from the energy side. So taking a look at the electricity or fuel costs. And then it's usually the district that puts together the operating costs on the personnel and yearly maintenance, mowing and all of those things.
But just as far as any impacts of some of the design features then have on...
Yeah, certainly. So one of the things that we do a lot of times is we'll call a life cycle cost analysis. Okay. And we take a look at what your upfront cost is and what the long-term payback is. So you can say, system X pays for itself within 7 years. After that, it's, you're just saving money. Some of those things we could take a little bit harder look at the systems that we're talking about.
Jeff and Scott, and Leanne, thank you, because I remember that was, even though it wasn't that long ago, that was definitely a sticky point, is not having that operating budget projections until so close to the referendum. So now that the two of you went through that process, how difficult would it be to update those numbers right off the bat?
Yeah, I think we could easily work off of the draft that we had before and just update it. I mean, a lot of it is based on continuing enrollment. Obviously, the enrollment continues when you open a school, or it's projected to. It will continue, so we have to anticipate that. We have to anticipate salaries and all that, and benefits, and what kind, which staff are going to be in the building. And we had not gone through. There's usually a committee, and if it was passed, we would have a committee. There'd be two committees. One is a building committee, and ideally there'd be a second committee, which is for the transition, because we're talking about a lot of transitions in the district where we figure out how much FTE is needed at this school for, this, and what's needed at Mabel Wilson for an intermediate school, those kind of conversations. So we had to do a lot of guesstimating and a lot of, they're close numbers, but they're not exact numbers until you work it out with a staffing projection at the time that you were getting closer to doing that. So we have a draft. We could certainly start with a draft and then, use that and update it from there. So certainly it'll be, a lot more advanced, but so I think it speaks a lot to the fact that we need time to communicate and have those things so that it doesn't feel like we're doing them at the last moment.
And just, sorry, I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but jumping off of one little thing that you just said, the projections for enrollment.
Yep.
Do we need to do another study?
That is a question I would want to ask if the board would like to do another one. I think when Rebecca came last time, which was a year and a half ago now, she did say, and she wasn't trying to drum up business because I think she's busy enough, but she did say, based on the, the high intensity enrollment growth in this community and the development, you may want to do one every couple of years.
Okay.
I remember her saying that.
So I have one question for you, Tyler. You mentioned a few months ago about some vernal movement, that a survey that needs to be done on site involved lizards and such.
Vernal pool assessment?
Right. So is that all set? Does that have to be
We've done all of that due diligence at 80 Gray.
Okay. Has been done.
Yes.
So we don't have to redo that. So it wouldn't affect the February versus June.
Nope.
Done.
That's all done.
Right.
But
Okay.
that was when we were discussing that. If we had selected another site, we kind of missed that reporting window, and so.
We don't have to do it again there.
Correct.
Okay. Steady on.
So Tyler, you seem to say that we could get creative in a couple of areas and maybe pick up a month or two. Is that correct? By putting some things first, site work, and
I think
potentially compressing some things, and I'm assuming an extra month at the end of the summer helps. Is it is it worth looking at a special referendum in like May or something like Jeff asked about? Could we
Yeah, I
do
think
that?
anytime that you can add a couple months at the end of your project is great, because there's something that's going to come up. We're going to have, you know, we're hearing from one client that a transformer is going to take, it was something like 2.5 years to get. I don't expect that here, but we're just seeing like some bizarre, ridiculous things. So anytime that we can build in that flexibility at the end of your project's great. You know, there's going to be stuff that happens throughout that last summer, you know, touch up paint and moving, and it never fails that when they're moving desks and that door frames and walls get dung up and you got to kind of do some repairs. What we want to not have is major construction happening into August, because then you're not getting the time to get your building set up, to get those systems tested. And then you really miss out on a lot of that long-term functionality as we're kind of shaking things out when people are in the building. It's really a challenging thing to do. So you're going to have, you know, a lot of teacher complaints, and you lose a little bit of the ability to manage some of that process. So anytime that we can compress a couple months is great. I would take it on the February one as well. If we could finish that building in April or May, I'd take that as well.
Yeah, I hear you on your view, being the builder, that makes sense to have as much time as possible.
Yep. Just my architect's rose-colored glasses on time.
Yeah.
So
as compared to the potentially $1.5 million you were saying we might throw away if you started design early and then the referendum failed, what sort of additional cost would you ballpark if we're talking about the June time frame and like extra costs for building in the winter and all of that? Like, can you ballpark what that adds up to?
I mean, anecdotally, we had one project that we added about $1 million for winter construction. I mean, when you start renting 2 or 3 ground source heaters, the reduced labor time, it just adds up so fast. You know, we were seeing up in Camden, I think it was $60,000 or $80,000 a month, just kind of cha-chinging every month on just fuel costs for ground source heaters and the rental costs. And it's just, you know, money that you end up not really getting a good benefit on the other end. It's not giving you additional square footage. So we try to just schedule that as best we can, but understanding that, you know, that doesn't always work, and we'll make sure the budget is covered, but not too aggressive. You know, we're not going to pad that up, but we just need to be respectful of what this is going to cost, so that we're not bidding it out and having to go through VE, because then that kind of loses all of that hard work on the front end.
So June is pushing it for you. It doesn't give you warm and fuzzies because of bumping up against winter. When do you, if we moved it forward, which, at what point do you start to feel like, this is doable? Is it May? Is it April? Like,
they're all doable. So I think what my message really is how much risk are you willing as a district to accept? I mean, that's what it really comes down to. You know, if we miss a date, your exposure is that you end up with portables and stay at MIW an extra 6 months, or move in December. You know, there's a lot of things that we can do. It's really just what the committees and the community are comfortable with. So we can make either one work.
Yeah, and personally, I'm just trying to weigh that.
I don't know.
Bumping into winter versus, what's that?
I don't know if those 4 months are worth the risk. I don't think you gain that much.
What risk?
The risk that he's talking about, a potential having to not move for 6 months, or another $1 million to $2 million of additional costs for 4 additional months of outreach.
Unless it fails.
But if it fails in February, I don't know if there's that strong of a case that it would have succeeded in June.
I think having been on the communication side on the front end and seeing how hard it is to get that out, and knowing all the work that Kim put into it, the more months there, the better. So I would argue in the opposite, sort of, and maybe we split the difference or something. Kim, what do you think?
It would be an interesting question to ask our professionals who are helping us with our community engagement, what they think about that. I'm kind of in agreement with Mike that I don't know that those extra 3 months would make that much of a difference. part of the issue was that we went into, as I recall, I voted to put it on the ballot, correct? That was this current board. So if, and then it just, you know, swooped. So if we're going into the summer already knowing that this is our plan, and that gives us that extra 3 months that we didn't have.
Nobody pays
last
attention
year.
in the summer. That's the problem.
Well, but it gives us time to strategize, and it gives us time to think through and possibly start kind of talking it up with our friends. I think a lot of the work, the groundwork has been done in the sense that a lot of information is out there. We do have advocates for us now who can help us where we didn't really have that in November. So that's something to take into account as well. I know this is not very helpful information. I'm just thinking out loud.
What's the time frame currently of the communication plan? It's 12 months, isn't it?
I think that current plan is based on a June 2024. We had to give them some date, and we gave them June of 2024. And so they need to know if, whatever date that is, the consultants that we hired, so that they can work with that date.
And that's another good point. We're hiring people, the consultants. We can put pressure on that, not pressure, but say, you know what, our timeline's moved up. We were communicating by ourselves with a lot of new board members. And so it was a little bit more of a challenge. Now we have someone that we say, we need this X, Y, and Z. This is our expectations. And it might be a little bit easier for that earlier referendum.
And I know
if we're paying the money for a professional to do the work.
Yeah, and also to be able to engage with both the leaderships in both towns, who I know this is a topic that's top of their list as well. I mean, this is, both towns have a vested interest in having schools for our kids.
Can you think the momentum is there now than before it kind of wasn't a little bit, I feel? But I could be wrong.
And I would not be in support of moving forward, if we were to go with a June date, of moving anything forward that is costing millions of dollars. Then as a voter, I would see that as like, we've already made a decision, but we put it out to vote after we've moved millions of dollars towards what we expect them to vote on. I wouldn't be comfortable with that approach.
What do you mean? Putting the cart before the horse, like the design before the referendum?
Yeah.
That's a big number, $1.5 million to dangle out there and potentially lose.
You mean the site work?
Yeah.
I think I'm advocating for splitting the difference, to give us extra communication time and give us 2 extra months to, you know, on the construction side of things, you know.
Historically, what's been the turnout for a February referendum? Like, how often have you done that? How does it look?
I don't know that I have that information.
Okay.
I know we've done them. A lot of times, though, it's probably not a apples to apples comparison, because a lot of times we're dealing with a state funded project, and those almost never fail. Okay. So it doesn't really align with what you're doing here.
Do you ever have a snow day for February? Like, just thinking, practically speaking, weather-wise, is that, although March can be the same, but like, I'm trying to visualize people showing up to vote in February, but maybe that's not an issue.
I think that would have to definitely be a consideration.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if they care about it, they'll show up, or they'll absentee ballot. I mean,
if it's a blizzard, I mean, it probably is off. It's going to be off the table, and we'd know about that a few days in advance, probably, if it was a blizzard. So we would have to work with the towns to help us with that and reschedule, or have a rescheduled date to begin with.
And just to confirm, absentee balloting would be included in a special referendum.
Oh yeah. Okay,
just making sure.
Yeah, I think we're almost locked into absentee at this point. We can't really hold just an in-person election anymore.
Yeah.
We're in a period of time now where absentee is considered part of the process.
So in that sense, that's
Is there any limitations to month as far as March or April, or no?
No, I can put together a timeline for an April vote for you.
Anne, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we really should count on people voting absentee for a special referendum in general, no matter if it's February, March, or April. You know, since it is a single issue, I think it just makes a lot of sense to assume that most people are going to be voting absentee. I think I struggle with waiting longer and adding more costs. I think even though we haven't issued the survey yet, we certainly have learned a lot from our last experience. And, you know, I think obviously there's things that we could have done differently in terms of messaging and that, but I think we have a lot of things working in our advantage this time, even with a February referendum, by having the consulting group with us, the communication group, I mean. But I think one thing we really need to make sure is that whenever we decide, I mean, like, that we need to make sure that we're having a joint meeting with both towns, and that, because we need to, you know, the other big concern is, I mean, that like's been talked about before, that we're going to be building a school that already is going to be full. And part of that, we just don't have control over the towns and new building permits and that. So we need to start having more discussion and make sure that we're all on the same page. And I agree with doing another enrollment study and having that be something that we do on a more regular basis. But there's certainly things that we can do to be successful in February.
Jeff, Scott, weigh in. Cushion, what are you most comfortable with?
I would say anything that is beyond a November vote. We learned that November is a very tough time to have any vote. So anything beyond that to help us with communication. We also learned we need to be able to actively help people with information, and we certainly did not have enough time last time. I do think our communications consultants are ready to help us no matter what the month is that the referendum is in. They just want to know what it is so they can back up their plan and then work with the board to help us communicate information out so that everybody has the right information. I think that was a big thing I heard from them. So the further we get out from November, the more comfortable I get. I don't think it has to be June, but it just needs to be out enough so we've got time to do that, because that was something that I think was very tricky, that we were countering things at the last moment. Absentee ballots had already been turned in, and we were still countering information, and that just wasn't feeling good. So I think that was a huge lesson learned on that.
Yeah, I think that the communities, both communities have a greater awareness of what our need is at this point. Haven't had the referendum fail, haven't had us watch us struggle with a short-term plan in order to deal with our enrollment increases. So I think at this point there's a greater awareness in terms of those. And also, you know, a February or March referendum is where, you know, if I had the magic wand, where I would land. And that's really around having the ability to have the space to be able to move, to be able to take care of any things that are going on with the building. Lead times, I mean, we've had times where furniture hasn't arrived and we've had to deal with that. And the more lead times that you have for that towards the summer and the move, I think the greater ability we have to move in there, do it right, do it once, and have our staff really move into a building that they can certainly appreciate without having to do a lot of that stuff while people are in the building or in the facility.
Does April make you nervous, Scott?
April makes me nervous. Yeah.
March 5th is the first Tuesday in March.
What's that?
March 5th is the first Tuesday in March.
That the primaries also?
Yeah, see, I worry about the presidential primaries, because I don't want to, someone brought that up to me already and said, are you thinking about the presidential primaries in March? I said, ooh, I didn't even think about that part, because that mixes two things that I don't want to mix together. I hope, probably many people don't want to.
So is that, and you're saying that's the date for that?
I think it is.
Okay.
It isn't. I don't know.
March 5th is the residential primary.
Yeah, it is. March 5th.
Okay, no, never mind.
If we get creative, we can pick up a month or two, as you said. And then if that coupled with April,
We can make anything happen. I just, I've been involved in several projects that have run up against things, and again, that moving in makes a big difference in the time frame around that, and staff availability in the summer. Not every staff member is available at every single time for prior to a school year or prior to the summer and getting moved in and getting set up.
it's all moot if you can't communicate and convince people and have the time to hash that out.
But we are paying for someone to do that, where we didn't have
It's not
last
a magic
time.
wand. You need time.
6 months.
February 13 is the Tuesday before vacation. People are in a good mood, they're about to leave.
It's closed.
What's closed?
I
The
don't
one-
know.
the one thing I would-
Some people have already left. I just want to say, some people have already left by then.
Yeah.
Tuesday.
By the Tuesday?
Oh, yes. I checked the
How long
attendance.
But
before-
there's weeks of early voting.
Right, that's
We
what I
can
was
get
gonna
them.
That's true. As long as people know they can, everybody's got an opportunity.
So if we agreed for the earlier February 24th of 2024, that's how many months for communication? 6.
Well, if we're really thinking September is when people are back and paying attention.
Yeah.
And we can start really communicating out. We've got about five months.
5 months. But we have the communications piece of it, they can get that organized and done and ready this summer.
Yes.
And what decisions do we have to make in order to give them the communications piece? We have to be firm on the building, firm on the.
They said two things to us. They said the site
Yep.
and the referendum date were really important to them.
So it doesn't matter, like, the cost?
So they have an option, they have a menu of options, and, we've already worked out a lot of things that didn't make sense for this project, and then things that did make sense. So
No,
there
the
is a
cost for the building.
Oh.
Not their cost.
Oh, that would be an Oak Point question.
So like, for them to get all their ducks in a row this summer, so come September 1st, they start communicating, as you guys noted, that's when people start paying attention again, is in September. That, could we give them all the information they need in the next month?
That's assuming that the board is okay with a process where we're tweaking the concept plan. We're not throwing the concept plan out and starting over, but basically saying, are there efficiencies? I don't think there's a lot based on the plan that we have, but are there any? And the board would have to, basically reapprove that concept plan, I would say, as early as possible. So by the
Next
retreat,
7,
you've
yeah.
got some sort of an idea. Are you good with a similar plan or not, so we can start communicating in September?
And we could show to the community that we're listening about the geothermal. As you noted, we could make that separate.
Yeah.
And the
It's-
solar separate.
It's a lot to do in between, between now and September,
Yeah.
to get that in place. We rely on our consultants for some of it, we rely on Oak Point for some of it. But I think the board would have to mostly be firm and, can we look at some, tweaking of this concept plan without having to overhaul the whole thing?
Right.
But making those decisions without a survey result.
Exactly, because if you put the survey out, you're gonna have to have time to have the survey, and you're pushing this out now into fall sometime.
Right. So are we scrapping the survey?
So I think that's something you have to think about as a board.
So you left the room before when we were talking about it.
I was just trying to play out the
No, that's
the
a very important
reality
question.
logistics of it.
That makes a big difference.
I mean, if
Why would we scrap the survey? I think I missed something.
there isn't enough time. So if you want a February referendum and you have to do the survey and the communications can't prep anything until we have the results from the survey. We are now, I don't even know what month, June.
I don't think it has to put everything on hold. I mean,
But communication can't move forward unless they have the information to move forward with to plan to start
Can I suggest maybe
September.
July 17th, we invite the consultant here and we have a workshop during that meeting?
Sure.
And I was also wondering,
You're okay with that, Vanessa?
Yeah,
Mike?
Vanessa's fine with that. I also feel the need for like a special focus, like ad hoc committee to help with, to move this forward and maybe come to that meeting with recommendations or the next meeting with recommendations. There just seems to be a lot of these little considerations and understanding what's already happened with the communication group, which I don't think a lot of people have visibility into, what the survey looks like now, and just to help move some of these pieces to a place where we can have a recommendation.
So do we want to, for this, I'm going to go overstep and just blow up this last meeting I'm at, for the sake of time, should we just vote on the new primary school Gray Road and hold off on the referendum date?
I think that's where we're headed. I think that's a good idea. What do others think? People, does anybody object to that? We commit to 80 Gray Road and table the timeline till July 17th?
Can we commit to putting it on the next agenda
Has to be done in
we're
Leanne, can
Gonna
we
wait.
commit to
She's
putting
committed? Mike's committing, right?
Yeah, I think there's enough movement to that June. I mean, do we want to do even a straw vote around June at this point?
I don't hear a lot of support for June exactly.
I didn't either.
I'm hoping that we can split the difference and it land in April, actually, and that is good enough for both ends. If you're talking about committees and ad hoc committees, that just, it adds time. Like, I know, collaboration, but it adds time, and then 2 months have gone by, you know.
April's certainly better than June.
So just noting that, so one, Vanessa and I are going to be gone. You'll all be very happy about that. But we're going to be replaced by the 3 people sitting here. And so I just noting, I wonder if they have any opinions and if it's okay to ask.
Spotlight.
I wish I knew that before the no.
Would you guys like to chime in? I don't want to muddy the waters more, but Mike's point is valid. Yes, step up, please, so people can hear you. Introduce yourself, please.
Megan Lichter. I have a clarifying question about July 17, which is the date that new board members are having sort of the, welcome. Do we vote at that meeting?
Yeah, you should be sworn in. You'll be full members, yeah.
Okay. I won't, spend too much time up here, but I agree with you, Jason. I think it's terrifying to think that a referendum wouldn't pass. That is, I think everybody's in agreement. That is the last thing that we need. But I also think that too much can work against us as well. I think 6 months is a really nice period of time to communicate, because when it starts dragging on and dragging on and dragging on, people sort of like, it goes into the background. So too short isn't going to work. You know that. You lived through it. But too long can also be a problem. I don't know. That's all I'm going to say.
I agree.
Jason, does it make you feel any more confident that we wouldn't be starting a website from scratch? I feel like that was a piece too that was so last minute.
I feel like the people that we're going to lean on for this, maybe they could add a lot of insight. So maybe July 17th, everybody feels warm and fuzzy and we can commit.
Okay.
Everybody okay putting it off?
Mm-hmm. And giving them a heads up that that will be a goal is a faster timeline than the one they've developed.
Yep, I think you should do that.
The only other
Can't
thing,
wait.
the only other thing I'll offer, and I think the only other thing I'll offer on this is, I think if you're looking at a February timeline, there has to be fewer roadblocks and fewer processes in place. In other words, fewer committees looking at it. I mean, in other words, take the design that was there, do some tweaking, do some communication. You can simultaneously actually have meetings to explain the project and get feedback from people at the same time. That's what we attempted to do last time. It was just very quick. But if we have a little bit more time and we're getting feedback from people at the same time that we're basically saying, if the board is committing to generally the same concept design and getting some feedback at the same time early in the fall, you can get to a February referendum, I believe, and be okay. But if there's all this committee work and let's look at this and come back with a new draft and let's think about this, months go by and then forget February. That's not going to be happening. So I think it depends on what the board is really committing to, and saying we like the concept design, we want a little bit more input, we want to put this out to the public early in the fall, commit to a couple meetings with the public, bring Oak Point back in, do the presentation they did, and get input, do some tweaking with the idea we're not throwing this whole thing out again. I personally think February is doable if that's the approach of the board.
Can we hear from the other two contestants if they'd like to speak? Your choice.
Saying no is also an option if you don't want to.
Sitting here, I feel like we're not in the position to make the decision tonight on the date. What I keep thinking about is just even in the last election, North Yarmouth residents are super sensitive to cost right now. Like I've only been there 4 years now, but if you get the tone on social media around the community, any little ask is it's sore. They're bruised, and I think if we did the vote soon, I think actually we'd see a worse result in North Yarmouth right now. Just what I'm feeling, and so I think the time when any kind of new school starts, you got to do a lot with what Kim was doing on the ground. It's not just communication. It's not just the presentations. It's to get that buy-in within the community is holding all sorts of engagement opportunities and bringing them to the table so they feel brought into the process. They're not being presented to, that there's a buy-in process to that. Like they are participating, that we get the Bill Youngs feeling like, oh, you heard me. Okay, now I understand why this is so much money. It's worth that. This is why we need this fancy new car or whatever, right? So I just think that level of engagement, not necessarily the presenting to, but really fully listening, and however much time we need to do that, the better to do that. And I think that just takes planning. It takes, like, we have to lay out that plan, and we can't just guess like, oh, we split the middle or 6 months. I think we have to actually put in, when are we going to Toots? Who's available these weekends to do this, to do that, to be in the ground? What are the most impactful ways, especially in North Yarmouth, to get that buy-in and to really listen to people and engagement? Because we're just not there yet. And honestly, I think we're going backwards a little bit with the 2 acres that I saw, the evidence that we saw in the most recent 2-acre vote. It's very much a bruised feeling of more money, more money, more money, more money. And so it's going to take a little bit of work to get there in time.
Thank you. Annika.
Quick question. How many votes did we lose the last election?
It was very few.
It was
I mean,
like
it was
40, I think.
It was
5%.
closer than I
Well,
thought it
10%
was
spread.
going to be.
5% one way or
Yeah.
another would
Yeah.
swing it. But it was 55% to 45%.
Okay.
Yeah, that was 55 to 45.
Mhm.
Okay.
But do you mean by town, or you just overall? Okay.
Total.
It's the totals.
So I agree
close.
that a little more information, I think, might be helpful in terms of which timeline is most doable. I could see either February or April working potentially well. I would say that February, I would want to see that we would have that time for community engagement, even working with the consultants and all of the other pieces that we'll already have in place from efforts previously taken. But I think that it will be really important to make the decisions like, are we not moving forward with the survey? And if so, what does that mean? And how do we engage the community otherwise? So might be good to just have a little bit more time to think through what would be different going forward in February versus April. I would definitely support either of those tonight, and so I think we could probably make that decision on July 17th.
Thanks. All right, I think we beat this horse enough. So we can take one vote tonight, and maybe somebody will table the other one with a July 17th date.
Before you move on, can I go over my homework for the 17th? So
Sure.
I'm going to put together the two options, the updated April, the kind of the best case, worst case. We'll take a look at the one compared to February, and then the optimistic one where we shave a couple months, and then give you a little bit better idea of what the actual cost of winter construction is going to be. Is there anything else that you need for the 17th?
Sorry, the winter construction would still be implicated if we went to the April date, but not the February. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think I need to dive into the actual dates a little bit more, make a few phone calls, and there's a couple of people's contractors that I'll pick their brain.
Okay, because I think that also would be helpful for messaging around why we chose, certain dates, because they do have cost implications as well. But if it doesn't pass, it's all for naught, so.
And Jeff, do you want to reach out to Michelle and try to give her a heads up of what we're looking for?
Yep. Do you want me, they could adjust their communication plan for the 17th based on either one of those.
Yeah, I think her being here would be helpful to ask questions, and maybe they structure that as a workshop.
So are we voting on H?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to move that up and take that out of order right now.
Well, then I, Kimberly Ward Vine, make a motion that this board select the premises that the district holds under option from Construction Aggregate Incorporated and Benjamin C. Grover, aka the Grover site, for the district's primary school construction project.
Thank you, Kim. Is there a second?
I, Leanne Candora. Sorry. Second that motion.
Too close.
Very good. Further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared, I think, is on a plane. What?
Is
Jared's
he
still here?
there?
Wow.
It's been delayed, but I couldn't hear enough of the conversation.
Do you want to commit to 80 Gray Road is the question.
Oh, yeah, I would vote yes for that.
Okay. Ann?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Jason, yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Unanimous motion carries. We're married now. 80 Gray Road. Okay.
Right decision.
All right, and do I hear a motion on I to table such with a specific date?
I, Mike Williams, move to table the motion that the superintendent be authorized to take the steps necessary to, or advisable for the district prepare and hold a referendum on date yet to be determined to authorize construction financing of the project on Grover's site until the board meeting on July 17th.
Thank you, Mike. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Christina. Discussion? Okay, vote. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Ann?
No.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Jason, yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Motion carries with Ann dissenting. Okay. So, thank you very much, Oak Point, Tyler, and Jeff. Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
See ya.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 6B, presentation, strategic priorities, year-end report. Jeff?
Yes, I will go as expeditiously as you would like me to go. This is the end of year report, and honestly, this is a recap of different progress reports that have been given to the board over the year. Again, holding in trust the district's mission statement to make sure that all of our students are reaching their personal best, supporting our vision of 21st century learning. aligning to the board strategic plan, which has 4 quadrants. Wellness is the first one, and this year has been focused on safety, mostly the ALICE approach, belonging and connection based on physical and emotional safety, and the district have been the 2 major focus areas of wellness this year. Early childhood education, obviously, was the focus of this. Was the first the referendum for the school project, and when that failed, it became the excuse me, short-term facilities plan. The third priority was every student college and career ready, and these were, most of the priorities were comprised of the individual schools' SIPs, which is the site improvement plans in each department in our district, and each have links. And the fourth and final one is skills for the 21st century. We did start the work on the portrait of a graduate, and that was the primary work this year. And so the progress report for the end of the 22-23 school year basically is taking the 18 items that were part of this progress report and putting them into context in the leadership team. And we discussed these things and where we at the end. So you'll see quarter 4, we had already finished all of the ALICE training pieces early in the year, so that's been completed. Anything in green is completed. So those first few items, the emergency plan revision, there is a draft emergency plan that's been completed by the safety committee and will be forwarded to the board. We're doing some summer cleanup, formatting, etc., but it will go to the board in the fall. It is a new emergency plan. It's the first new one in a long time. It's much more comprehensive, and it will be presented to the board for its annual approval of the emergency plan, but you'll have a new plan to approve. Hardening of facilities, this is ongoing as it has been, but we have done many items. We've talked about those. There'll be a report in the fall also on all the summer work that's being done. Some of those are continued hardening of the facilities. District response team communication, that's the superintendent's communication for events that come up, activities that come up that require a certain communication in certain areas. That has been completed, and there is now a protocol in place. The Sandy Hook Promise we are now on the list for January of 2024. We work with Sandy Hook Promise to push this off a year due to the ALICE training, and that was something that we communicated early in the school year. So we have actively been working with them and communicating with them very recently about all this. Each school has been involved in SEL activities all year long, and I can say that all of the activities that are involved in their site improvement plans that are listed in this report have been completed this year. They've opened up a lot of events, activities to involve students for belonging to their school. We've also brought parents back in all year. So we've gotten a lot of really good feedback. And if you look at the stakeholder survey results, those are areas that are strong for us. The next item is the communication plan. Again, these next items are around the school project that was revised later, about halfway through the year after the referendum vote in November. And so there's items that were put in there, such as the short-term facilities plan, amending your long-term facilities plan. The board completed both of those items, so that actually they should be green. The only reason they're not is that we're actually implementing those plans this summer, and wanted to make sure that we're pointing that out and identifying that. The Wilson renovations have been, as you know, moved to next summer because of the lead time on a lot of things. Doesn't mean that we're not doing parts of that project, but for completion purposes, that project won't be completed until a year from now. And then around college and career, the site improvement plans, a lot of those plans are in progress from year to year. So we decided to leave it at yellow, which is in progress. The activities that are in the SIPs that were supposed to be completed this year have been completed, but a lot of those goals will be rolled into the next year. And you'll get information on that at the beginning of the school year from the principals themselves. And the wraparound support for FLS and behavior. Obviously, we added a lot of positions in our district over the last year to support our FLS and behavioral programming in our district with occupational therapists, speech language clinicians, and social workers. When we had vacancies in ed techs, we started shifting to a new model, which is a model we had been looking at for a couple of years anyway. And so that plan kind of went into fruition. Thank you to the board for their support. And that process for doing that has been completed. And then portrait of a graduate, we have, it really should be yellow. I guess it's more planning at this point still, but we've already had our initial meeting. Lawrence Alexander's been the consultant, will be the consultant on that. We have a committee in place that will be continuing. So I would say it's more yellow than red at this point. And then there'll be a process for getting the board, getting it to a board approval, which will be over the next 6 months or so. And then at the bottom, and I won't go through these, each school principal put in their information from their site improvement plans and what they've been working on for both SEL and for academic programming from their site improvement plans and department plans. And you can see those listed on this document. And I don't know what happened to 9 to 12. Were in there and they disappeared. But and that you can see those and certainly reference those. So that is the progress report. And this progress report is already actually on our website. It's been on our website all year long. And as we've had each quarterly progress update, we've gone ahead and updated this report, and it's linked onto the website as a active link. So all these pieces are already there. So that's the progress report. I have to say that thank you to the leadership team for leading this work this year. This doesn't just get done by accident. We have a lot of teachers involved, a lot of staff involved on different committees and activities to make these things happen. And thank you to the board for their support. This has been a very successful year in bringing a lot of things back that we had wanted to bring back, obviously in a year, 18 months after, for the most part, the pandemic has gone by the wayside. So a lot of things have been returning, and a lot of areas of priority this year have been very successful. So that's the progress report, and anybody can look at this online.
Thank you, Jeff. Comments from the board?
Just the one area that seemed like you were still more in the planning stages that you hope to make progress on that wasn't space related was the portrait of a graduate. Is there anything that the board can do to help support more progress next year, or is it was just amongst everything else that was going on?
Yeah, I think it was, we had scheduled it when we talked to Lawrence to be the consultant. When Susie and I started doing that, that was after the new year, and we actually scheduled it. We scheduled it late, knowing that there were a lot of other things going on at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah. I should have mentioned as well that the communication, obviously, we've had communication a couple times this year at the board. We put this in the newsletter as well. And the timeline for now, and I'll bring this to the board in August at your retreat, is to start looking at the strategic planning process for a new strategic plan, which we've talked about this year, so that hopefully that process can start this fall and have a new plan submitted to the board, a draft plan for the board's review about a year from now in June. And so these are the next steps that would get us where we need to go in these places. August 21st is the board scheduled retreat. Present a draft to the board and introduce that draft to the staff at the first staff day when they come back in late August. And then publicly present that as long as the board is good with those steps on September 7th, along with the principals talking about their SIPs. at that meeting. And then the 18th, the district administrators would present their SIPs that are aligned to the priorities for next year, as well as starting the process for developing a new plan and submitting an update halfway through the year for that process, with that process in January. And then again, having an updated plan drafted for the board next June. So those are kind of the major steps with strategic planning. So simultaneously, we're talking about a process for a new plan at the same time that we've got priorities going into next year, and I'll have a draft of the priorities that the board would need to eventually vote on in September for the next year. So those are the steps.
Thank you. Comments? Questions? Concerns?
And for the board, was this a special committee that helped? You said the strategic priorities were updated every 5 years or so, and there's been a little bit of a delay because of COVID and everything. And
Yep.
so I guess, where did that work happen?
So the last two plans, the current plan and the one before that, there was a whole process for a year that the board went through to get to that draft plan. So whether the board goes through that extensive process, where there's a lot of community engagement, or looks at a different kind of process to get there, it will be dependent upon what the board wants to do.
Didn't we do this, Mike? Wasn't this the outcome of with Tyler? The year that Tyler, didn't we do it then?
We postponed it.
No, it was, the last time that kind of engagement happened was 2017.
Oh, with the community?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That was the extensive process. Ever since then, it's just been annual goals.
Oh, understood.
Yeah, we like agreed to readopt and push forward.
Oh, okay, that's what we've been doing. Okay.
And there's been amendments to the strategic plan.
That's what, okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Others? Okay. Moving on to items for action. We're at 7A. So we're getting into the nitty gritty of the vote that we had recently.
I, Vanessa Bryant, make motion that the computation declaration of votes for the district budget validation referendum dated June 20th, 2023, and attached here to be approved, that the aforesaid computation declaration of votes be entered up the records of the Maine School Administrative District number 51, that a certified copy of the aforesaid computation and declaration of votes be sent to each of the municipal clerks of the member municipalities within the Maine Administrative School District number 51.
Thank you, Vanessa. Is there a second?
I, Kim Vine, second that motion.
Very good. Thank you, Kim. Discussion. Jeff, Scott, you want to just explain what we're doing here? Quick.
Yeah, included in your packet is the actual vote count for the budget validation. So you'll see these for each of the three items that were on the June 13th ballot. So the first one being the budget. Basically, the board is certifying that those results are the results as you know it. And once you certify it, it becomes official.
Okay. Very good. Questions, comments, concerns? Okay, moving to a vote. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Jason, yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Unanimous, motion carries. Thank you. Is there a motion for 7B?
I, Vanessa Bryant, make a motion that the warrant of the assessment of taxes and notice of monthly installments for fiscal year 2023-2024, the assessment warrant for each member municipality of the district be approved and issued in form presented to this meeting, and that the treasurer be authorized and directed to deliver or cause to be delivered each assessment warrant to the assessor of the municipality designated thereon, requiring the assessment of the amount that is the municipality's share of the cost approved by the voters of the district, notifying the municipality of the schedule of monthly installments to be paid on or before the 20th of each month of the 2023-2024 fiscal year.
Thank you, Vanessa. Is there a second?
I,
And-
Tom McGinnis, second that motion.
Thank you, Tom. Discussion. Everybody comfortable with this? Do we want an explanation?
No.
Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote.
Yes.
Vanessa. Leanne.
Yes.
Jared.
Yes.
Anne.
Yes.
Tom.
Yes.
Christina.
Yes.
Jason, yes. Mike.
Yes.
Kim.
Yes.
Unanimous motion carries. Is there a motion for C?
I, Mike Williams, make a motion that the computation declaration of votes adjoining land purchase and funding dated June 20th, 2023 and attached hereto to be approved, that the computation declaration of votes adjoining land purchase and funding be entered upon the records of Maine School Administrative District Number 51, that a certified copy of the computation and declaration of votes adjoining land purchase and funding be sent to each of the municipal clerks within the district.
Thank you, Mike. Is there a second?
I, Leanne Candora, second that motion.
Thank you, Leanne. We know what we're doing here. Everybody comfortable? Okay, we'll move.
I think that Mike needs to do all of the motions from now on
Sounds
out.
good.
I can speak
I like
quickly.
my lung.
New York in me.
All right, moving to a vote. Vanessa?
No.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared? Jared?
I'm gonna abstain. I think I might have missed something here.
So we are voting on adjoining land purchase and funding.
Okay. Oh, to basically ratify the vote?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, for the land. Yep.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Vote yes in favor.
Anne?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
No.
Jason, yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Okay. So Vanessa and Christina question the validity of the vote. Okay, very good. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, is there a
I am.
motion for 7D?
I, Mike Williams, make a motion that the resolution entitled Resolution to Authorize $756,000 purchase of Wyatt premises and issuance of $700,000 bond to seller to finance the same be adopted in the form presented to this meeting, and that an attested copy of said resolution be filed with the minutes of this meeting.
Thank you, Mike. Is there a second?
I, Tom McGinnis, second that motion.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, so this is the authorization of the adjoining land purchase and funding. So it's not the vote, but it's related. Okay, moving to the vote. Oh, further discussion, questions, concerns? Okay, Vanessa?
No.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
No.
Jason, yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
No.
All right, so motion carries 6-3 with Vanessa, Christina, and Kim dissenting. Is there a motion for 7E?
I, Christina Mitchell, make a motion that the computation and declaration of votes, SRRF bond dates June 20, 2023, and attached hereto be approved, that the computation and declaration of votes, SRRF bond, be entered upon the records of Maine School Administrative District Number 51, that a certified copy of the computation and declaration of votes, SRRF bond, be sent to each of the municipal clerks within the district.
Thank you, Christina. Is there a second?
I, Vanessa Bryant, second that motion.
Thank you, Vanessa. Okay, we comfortable voting on? All right, moving on to the vote. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Jason, yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Unanimous motion carries. Thank you. Is there a motion for 7F?
I, Kim Vine,
It's not good English.
I can't read. I, Kim Vine, move that the resolution entitled Resolution to Authorize $1 million School Revolving Renovation Fund Financing be approved in form presented to this meeting, and that the secretary file an attested copy of said resolution with the minutes of this meeting.
Thank you, Kim. Is there a second?
I, Leanne Candora, second that motion.
Thank you, Leanne. All good to move on? Okay, vote. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Jason, yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Unanimous, motion carries. Thank you. All right, so we are at 7G.
I, Leanne Candora, move that this board authorize the following cost center transfers in the fiscal year 2022-23 budget, provided that the total budget shall not be increased by these transfers. The Finance Committee recommends the following transfers. Transfer up to $675,614 from regular instruction to facilities maintenance. Transfer up to $250,000 from special education to transportation and buses. Transfer up to $141,755 from special education to facilities maintenance. Transfer up to $60,000 from student staff support to system administration.
Thank you, Leanne. Is there a second?
I, Christina Mitchell, second.
Thank you, Christina. Scott and Jeff, could you explain these briefly?
Go for it.
You can.
Okay. All right. So each year at the end of the year, we look at budget transfers that we have to make between cost centers. The state recognizes how difficult it is to manage a school budget based on individual living cost centers, and therefore the state statute affords us the ability to be able to transfer up to 5% from one cost center to another. So these cost centers accomplish the goals that we did during our budget process, which was by transferring funds from regular instruction and from special education to facilities maintenance, affords us the ability to prepay the leases on the modulars that we talked about and some of the additional expenses on the modulars and pay those up front. So we weren't carrying those into our 23-24 budget. So that was a strategy that we used in order to do that. The other transfers that I've recommended here are we need to replace a Bobcat tractor unit that we have. It's rusted out. It also has hydraulic issues and some other repairs that would certainly exceed the cost of making those repairs, would certainly exceed the cost of where we would end up if we had to subcontract those and the cost of the tractor if we had to subcontract. So we're recommending the purchase of that. It's used for snow removal. It's used for a number of things. And if we were to purchase that out of this year, then certainly we wouldn't have to subcontract out the work on the playground area and the other things that we're doing at Mabel I. Wilson School. So I'm recommending the purchase of that piece of equipment. In addition to that, we currently have, I believe it's 5 vans in our bus fleet that we bought during the time of COVID. Okay, that was one of the things that we were able to purchase during COVID, and then we added several other vans. Those vans get used heavily in the district, and we need an additional van to keep up with some of the alternative education and some of the special education transportation that we have in the district. And by buying that van, you don't have to have a licensed bus driver drive it. You're saving money on the expense of running a larger bus and fuel costs. And Mike, I did check into an electric van, and there was not one available. Okay, I tried. So I'm recommending that we do the other cost center to be able to purchase that van. The final transfer is $60,000 to system administration. Our legal cost right now is about $59,000 over budget. And so that's really going to make up much of that expense, and what little we have left in system administration will go to pay the cost of our audit. So those are the reasons for those transfers. This is certainly a tool that municipalities use. Okay, so you'll find that Cumberland and others do these budget transfers at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And are these dollar amounts pretty typical?
These dollar amounts are actually less than what we've transferred in some of the previous years. Yeah, we had a very tight budget this year, and so there was less to transfer between cost centers.
Scott, will you promise me that you'll keep trying to get an
I am
electric
trying.
bus?
We're doing the best we can.
Okay.
Actually, we met with Denny Gallaudet and are working on electric buses. We're trying to do everything we can, okay?
Trying to put another application in.
All right, so,
Okay. Other questions, concerns? Okay. We'll move to a vote. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Jason, yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Unanimous, motion carries.
I have a number of documents that I need the board to sign tonight, so please don't disappear right after the meeting.
If you hadn't approved them, you wouldn't have had to sign them. Now you have to sign them.
All right,
I tried.
They'll go more quickly than the others because there aren't like 10 copies of each. There's only a couple of copies.
We still have 2 items to take care of. 7J, the professional position.
I, Leanne Cantor, make a motion to approve appointments to professional positions as presented.
Thank you, Leanne. Is there a second?
I, Christina Mitchell, second that motion.
Thank you, Christina. Jeff, what is this?
We had a resignation of our instructional strategist for special education at Mabel I. Wilson School. We had 8 applicants for the position. This is a specialized position in special education. We had 8 applicants. 3 were interviewed by the team, and we have an outstanding candidate to recommend tonight for appointment by the board.
Okay. Questions? Comments? Okay, we'll move to a vote. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Jason, yes. Mike?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Unanimous, motion carries. Congratulations, Lisa. All right. And we've got, M. Yep. Is there a motion?
I, Leanne Cantor, make a motion to approve the trip request for the French exchange field trip request as presented.
Thank you, Leanne. Is there a second?
I, Mike Williams, second that motion.
Mike?
I almost said second that emotion.
My only question, Jeff, is what has changed from prior years, and is safety the same as prior years?
Yeah, really, nothing has changed. This is the same trip, and Madame McDonald has been doing this trip for years and years and years. Madame Poulin went with her last year, I believe, for the first time. And then Kevin Donahue is a new staff member this year, and he's going to be also going with the students this year. Jump Street is the group that will be leading it. It's $1,000 per student. We have 20 students going. They're all seniors in high school. There are some I don't know how many parents will be going, but 1 or 2 parents that I'm aware of, in addition to the 3 teachers for the 20 students. I did ask Madame McDonald the other day, what are provisions for students that may not be able to afford it. She said that obviously this trip is much less expensive, but because they wanted to broaden this trip in a year from now and have more than 20 students, they were going to be actively looking for ways to be able to extend this to other students financially. That even, $1,000, it's a lot of money. Still a lot of money. A lot of students work and actually save the money to go on this trip themselves, and trying to help them out a little bit more. But she did mention that to me when I saw her in the hall.
Okay. So no noteworthy changes from prior years?
There are no noteworthy changes. This
Well,
is
the dates,
Different
though,
time of
right?
year.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the Veterans Day weekend instead of October. Yes, that is.
Well,
a
wasn't it
shift.
April? I mean, when I went on it, it was April.
Well, it's usually been in the fall prior to this. It's always been a fall trip. And then this year, for the last couple of years, it's been in the spring, but,
Well,
yeah.
in 2017.
I guess years ago it always used to be in the fall.
Okay.
I'd say.
I just remember
Yeah.
going and having a maple syrup festival.
Well, they do have
because
syrup
it
in the
was
fall.
April,
So
so,
maybe I'm
yeah.
wrong about that, but that's what I remember from years ago. Am I
Okay.
wrong about that?
It's cold
being
in
in
the
the fall.
spring.
But anyway, it's Veterans Holiday, so yeah, I guess you could say. From recent times, that's a change.
Other
And
questions?
is this just French students? Is that the?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be able to converse. Yeah, I mean, it's basically.
So it's the 12th grade. And how many 12th grade French students are there typically? Like, is this trip available for everyone, or is it?
It's open to, I mean, students all have different reasons why they may go or may not go,
Okay.
but I wouldn't be able to give you that
Okay.
off the top of my head.
That's fine.
Yeah. But there's got to be some proficiency. Obviously, it's not going to be a fun trip if you can't speak it. I don't know if they close the door if you don't speak French, but I believe that every student that's gone does speak
Yeah.
French. To
I know a board member who's fluent.
So maybe she'll be a parent volunteer.
I was going to ask if I could be, but that'll be another question for another time. We'll move on.
All right, other comments, concerns? Okay, moving to a vote. Vanessa?
Yes.
Leanne?
Yes.
Jared?
Read it.
Oh, is he finally
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Christina?
We.
Jason, yes. Mike?
We.
Kim?
Yes. I took Latin.
Unanimous motion
It's
carries.
maple syrup or not.
Thank you.
It's going to be pumpkins this
All
year.
right, I think that concludes that, so we'll move to superintendent's report, please, Jeff.
All right. Well, I know it's late, but there's so many good things going on in this district. I have to say some of these things. So Sarah Way's Theory of Knowledge class. Sarah's a teacher at the high school. She's been teaching this class for many, many years. And they held an exhibition as part of their final, the finals, a couple weeks ago, or a week ago, where they demonstrated ways to understand and discern knowledge by digging deeper for meaning. I had a chance to go and talk to students about just how do you think about knowledge? What do you don't just accept things at surface value, really dig in and ask questions, search for meaning in knowledge, and come up with your own conclusions. And that's really the whole point behind the Theory of Knowledge class. It's an IB course at the high school. It's an amazing course. If my children went to this high school, I would absolutely demand that they take the class. It's a great class. Sarah does a great job teaching it. Our FLS friends come to the district office every week and drop off treats that we've signed up for and pay for. This was their last time doing that. It's called the Greeley Grind, is what they call it. And the students make the food, learn business, how to run a small business, and offer it to a lot of staff in the district. And they go around and then deliver it on Fridays. At Greeley Middle School, sixth graders were selected to represent Maine in the New England Rivalry Challenge. The team played in multiple states and then had a huge championship. Congratulations to Graham Lambert, Henry Sullum, Garrett Crutchley, and Reese Weaver. We had a group of students from GMS 6-8 who attended the National History Day competition in Washington, D.C. They made it to nationals. We have had students making it to nationals for several years now. They toured the Library of Congress, met with Senator Collins. It was just a fantastic trip. And I believe, okay, who went on that trip?
Jared.
Jared.
Yeah.
Jared went on the trip. You want to say anything, Jared?
The NHD trip to Washington?
Yes.
I think I summarized with the last board meeting, but I think the testing's done an amazing job with this group. At the main finals, every single team from Greeley made first or second place, so that's why there was such a big group down in Washington. And some of the presentations down there really blew me away. There's a video which made the finals but didn't win, but literally I felt like I was watching a National Geographic special. Very high quality work by the students. So anyway, it's a great program, and I'm glad to see that the baton has been successfully passed from Mr. Kearney, who has done such a great job with that program before. So anyway, highly encourage anyone who's interested in history to take advantage of it. And great trip, great program.
Yes, it is. It's a great program. Glad it's continued. We had a retirement of a gifted and talent teacher of gifted and talented from before, and we weren't sure if this program would survive, but it certainly has. It's taken off again. At the end of the school year, obviously, was last Friday, and we had a lot of things going on during the last couple of days of school, including a goodbye variety show, which is an annual tradition for grades 4, 5. Had a lot of, I thought, great performances. I go to this every year, and I was I'm always kind of enthralled to see kids at that age who are fearless. Maybe they're really shaking in their boots, but they don't show it. And we could have had a couple of young ladies who are the MCs, and were just a hoot. They could be on Broadway doing jokes. Their jokes were really good, actually. Maybe they're kind of like dad jokes, but for 4th and 5th graders. I thought they were awesome. At 6-8, there was a maroon and white assembly. Again, this has been mostly a tradition, except for the interlude we had, and a grade 8 farewell slideshow that J.C. Holmes, who's a teacher at the middle school, put that together. Did I say J.C. Holmes? Okay. At Greeley Middle School 6-8, the grade 8 send-off, we had a grade 8 send-off, and that's something, again, as a big tradition at the middle school. The students, 6th and 7th graders line the halls, and the 8th graders come out, they're cheered, and then the staff are waiting for them on the other end, and cheer them on as they're getting on the buses and otherwise. And then 4th and 5th grade, down in the lower right corner, the staff has a tradition. The last 5 minutes, they leave the kids and go out and cheer the kids on, and we have other staff that are watching them for the last few minutes. But as many teachers as possible, as many ed techs as possible that are able to get away and get down there and wave the kids off as the buses go by, and just make kind of a big hoopla. It's very exciting. And you'll see in this corner, the left-hand corner down there, there was a special send-off for Annie Craig, who's one of our bus drivers. She's retiring after many years in the district. The staff did kind of a Broadway, jumped out in front of her bus safely, and started cheering and a little bit of singing at the same time. So that was my attempt to get them doing that in a photo. And then at Mabel I. Wilson School, congratulations to Isla Thompson. Isla is in kindergarten, and her artwork was selected to be part of a permanent art collection that will be on display in the library. This has been something that has been going on for 2 or 3 years now between the librarian and the art department. The 2 art teachers at MIW, they choose artwork from students and then put it in part of their permanent collection in the library, and the kids love it. So it's a really, really cool thing. Lawrence Alexander, a consultant to the district, spoke to 3rd graders about a week and a half ago about how words matter, the importance of being an upstander, the importance of supporting each other, and making sure that students aren't joining in when something is said that is not kind, especially in kind of less supervised areas. Lawrence, I have to say, was a complete hit, and everybody wanted a photo op and high fives with him, including teachers, but most students were definitely huge fans of Lawrence's. He really knew how to talk with 8-year-olds. MIW principal Corey Muncie got 4 pies thrown in his face, or smeared in his face, I should say, in front of the entire student body. The PTO arranged this with Corey, who was certainly agreeable to it. And there's Assistant Principal Mallory Orsachowski, who was emceeing the event and obviously quite thrilled with what was going on, as you can see. And we had 4 students, one from each grade, that the PTO did as part of their raffle. And it was a huge festive event. I have to say, it was very fun watching that take place with the entire school there. And then our Rangers Rock Encore Edition, 2 state championships to report. Very excited. The first is the Greeley girls tennis team for winning the Class B state title. Congratulations to the Greeley girls tennis team. amazing job. I don't know when the last time the girls tennis team has won the state title. I couldn't tell you that, but anyway, great job. And our second state title for Class B was the girls lacrosse team, which many of you know. It was last Friday. They beat Brunswick 14-2 at Fitzpatrick Stadium in Portland, and were able to take home the Class B title. Those two teams will be recognized in September in front of the board. So we'll have that. David Shapiro will be here with the representatives from each team that are able to make it. Able to recognize, we had a staff celebration 2 weeks ago with the entire staff and awarded many awards to staff members for various reasons, but we had two special awards to give out. Joanna Foster and Larry Lair are both just met their 30 years of service in the district. We always have 2 or 3 a year who reach this special magical number, and sometimes we have staff that reach 40 years. We didn't have anyone this year that was in that category, but for Joanna and Larry, it was a really great opportunity to say thank you for 30 years of amazing service to our district. Scott and I went down to the bus transportation facility and also recognized some of our drivers. We have some retirements this year. I mentioned Annie Craig was one of them, and obviously making sure Larry got recognized for 30 years. We also had one of our supervisors return after leaving for a little bit, and then she came back, Rachel Swenson, Assistant Transportation Director, who came back to us. We've actually hired back half a dozen people this year who have worked in another district or elsewhere for a year or two, and have come back to the district and couldn't wait to come back. Really excited to have them back. So thank you to everyone. And then finally, actually this isn't finally, sorry. The next to finally is I am really excited when I see these scores. We just collated and got all this together, but our iReady scores, which is our local assessment, the iReady is a really good assessment which correlates very well to the state standards. So if you really want to know how our students are doing on the state standards, the iReady assessment is probably one of the best ones for looking at that. And we use the Common Core standards, obviously, which is the main learning results. And in reading, you can see at the elementary or K through 8 level, our reading scores overall went up from 54% of our students in the fall meeting or exceeding grade level standards in reading to 81% of our students meeting or exceeding grade level expectations by the end of spring. And we have students that are on RTI plans. We start in the fall with that, with RTI plans, and RTI was able to get 81% of the students to on or exceeding, and then we have students that will continue on RTI plans to make sure that they are getting up to grade level. Same thing with math. 37% of our students were on or exceeding grade level standards in the fall, and we had 75% that were at that point by the end of spring, just before school closed. So huge progress, and then you can see at each school, Mabel I. Wilson up to 87%, reading 80% math, 73% at 4-5 in reading, 76% in math, 74% at 6-8 in reading, 66% in math. So I want to thank all of our staff for helping our students make enormous gains academically throughout the year. And finally, so long, Tuttletown. You've been so good to us. Thousands of students have enjoyed you over the years in your many iterations of different equipment and fencing and all of that. But so long and farewell, your time has come and gone. Tuttletown is no more, and it will be replaced by, hopefully we can say, a better playground. Poor Tuttletown had been taken apart many times and put back together like Humpty Dumpty. I actually wrote a song this afternoon, and then I ripped it up. I ripped it up because I was like, no one's going to want to hear that. And I knew it was going to be 10 o'clock at night. Oh, so long, oh Tuttletown, so long. And I had it even, I just threw it away. It's in the trash can in my office. But anyway, I am sad to see that. Even sadder to see a couple trees had to come down in order to make way for our new iteration of modulars and what we hope will be a new and improved playground. I know it will be improved. It'll be more spacious and have more for the students to be able to do. But thank you to our staff, and thank you to really to our staff mostly for getting this cleared out in such an incredibly short period of time. School literally closed Friday. We literally closed that road behind the playground Friday at 6 o'clock, and here we are already.
They came in Saturday. Don Foster and his crew came in Saturday, removed the playground, and Story Brothers are on site doing the site work. And actually, I think that everyone will be very pleased with the new Tuttletown that's being built. And Corey had a number of staff and others working on the playground with him this past year, and so that should look very nice.
We had a staff committee working on it. We also had a student committee that worked simultaneously with developing it and kind of approving the playground at the end of the day. So we had students and staff involved in that, and it was a very positive process.
Thanks to Julie Olson and her preschool funds, we have a ship coming for pre-K, which is going to be right out front. It's one of the big wooden ships with the slides and everything for the pre-K students. So
for pre-K.
So they'll have something there as well.
Yeah, because that's always been a question mark about pre-K students. How much can they really use? The Caterpillar they used, but there were other pieces of the playground. And I don't know how many kids actually use the rocket ship. But I really like the rocket ship, and I want that thing to move.
That was a dud. We put a dud in on that one.
Carol MacArthur told me she would take the rocket ship if no one else will.
I think we saved it, but that one was a dud.
Anyway.
As someone who was literally in the rain in 2004, or was it 2005, when we built Tuttletown? I was there building Tuttletown in the rain that day. There was no rocket ship in the original one, but it is sad to see it go. But
There will be a Tuttle Point 2.0, right?
well, this was Tuttletown 2, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, does
Tuttletown 1
had
to be torn down.
Is it called Tuttletown again? Is it called something else?
I think the students have already given their opinions that they would like perhaps a different name. There's been some discussion.
Looks like a mountain.
I've been told.
Like
and some staff have weighed in and said maybe another name this time. So we'll see. That comes next. But that's my report.
Thank you, Jeff. Anything else on that before we move on?
I just want to note again, those scores are incredibly huge jumps. And other than coming off the pandemic, is there any explanation beyond incredible work?
I have to say every year, pandemic or no pandemic, there's always a huge growth just academically, and that's what we're looking for. If we go back and look at the iReady results before the pandemic, there was similar huge growth. I think perhaps a small difference here is that we were starting with slightly smaller scores in the fall with honor exceed because of just some of those pieces that were in place. And we have a lot more, we had students on RTI plans from the beginning that needed it, and we're able to work them up quicker. So, you know, these ending numbers are actually more typical for us, but I think it was just teachers were working harder to get students, a larger number of students to those endpoints.
Yeah. Impressive, yeah.
Others? Okay, moving on to committee reports. Finance, Vanessa.
No updates.
Policy we already did. Facilities, Mike.
No updates. I mean, the facilities committee is going to have a lot of work to do next year, not just new school, but the incorporation of the new land purchase. It's no longer the white land. It is now MSAD 51 land. Long-term planning, facilities plan, short-term facilities plan. There's a lot. Good luck.
Thank you.
Who wants to be chair?
Curriculum, Tom.
We had our last meeting of the year last Monday. We spent a lot of the time, Carl Francis gave a presentation about changes to the Greeley High School schedule with a focus on changes to advisory. And I thought it was all very well considered. All the relevant stakeholders have been consulted. And it was a compelling presentation that I came away impressed. There's, I mean, these are changes that they'll test out next year, and they will evaluate whether these changes are effective or not, and they're open to making additional changes if they're not. I think it was the right approach. So well done. And then we also talked about priorities for next year, with a focus on the Portrait of a Graduate. I came away from this thinking that what Jeff and Susie Robbins shared, there's a lot on their plates for next year that they want to do. Yeah, so there was discussion about Portrait of a Graduate and potential changes to the curriculum, including maybe bring STEM to 3rd grade. Is there anything else that I missed there that you wanted to highlight, Jeff?
We also are going to do a math audit, continue
yes.
with the math audit and the implementation, obviously, at the middle school, but looking at our whole math sequence all the way through. And then Susie is also working with a group of specialists around writing. Writing is an area that we want to refocus on. We've got a lot of teachers saying, let's focus on writing.
So that's right. Thanks.
Okay.
Vanessa?
I have a quick question about the writing. Being that we use computers so early, is that what you're talking about, writing, or just not handwriting? Or
no, not handwriting. It's just the process of writing.
Okay.
And that's something that the state used to assess students on writing, and then they dropped that when they went to NWEA. And for a while, we didn't focus on it as a district. And we were saying, well, state test or no test. Not that we weren't teaching writing. We want to get back to focusing on that and what are the updated practices that we need to look at. And then with handwriting, we've been dabbling back with handwriting. We have some teachers that have started teaching cursive or pieces of cursive, but it's not something that we are consistently doing, and that's been a ongoing debate and discussion, not just here, but everywhere nationally.
With regards to the iReady data that you just showed us and comparing it from fall to spring, is that something that the curriculum committee, would they look at spring 2023 versus spring 2021, for example, or, you know, to see where we've gone, not just from fall to spring, but since the pandemic?
Yeah, Tom, did you ask that? I forgot at the meeting, or Leanne, somebody?
Well, I asked in an email. I was not part of the meeting.
Yeah, we haven't looked at multi-year trends. We did get a detailed presentation last fall about our standardized testing data. So one of the challenges is that things have shifted over time, like the different tests that we do administer. The iReady has been fairly consistent for a few years now, so that would probably be the best option.
Okay.
Yeah, something that we could be doing for next year.
Okay.
I could ask Susie to just put that together. We've got all the data.
I think that would be extremely helpful.
Thank you, Tom. Equity we did earlier. Student reports, we don't have students here. Ad hoc committees, anything? Okay. Communications, anything? Okay. So since we have to do a roll call, I will say without objection, I'll adjourn the meeting.
There you go.
Amen.
Okay, so don't leave, please.
Quick. Yeah, sorry.
I don't know. You can do that.
So I'm gonna.